to Habit Awakening, a beautiful, gorgeous wellness center who will adjust you mentally, emotionally, and physically. Also, it will help you to manifest your finance, anything and everything you desire for. This place is a very beautiful place which is located in Corona del Mar. So please book your appointment today.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Avid Advice Live with Fia Johansson. Live from AvidAdviceLive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Avid Advice Live
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
There is somebody's mom here. She directed to you right now.
Fia is actually channeling my mother.
I have her right now with me.
She passed away 3 years ago.
She says, forgive me.
Hearing from my mom was amazing.
What she told you before, 3 days before she passed.
That she loves me and that she'll see me soon.
She's directing me another woman in the room. Please.
My grandmother was my mentor growing up.
There's two women that directed by her right now. You and her. She's talking about the man that she was concerned, and she's still concerned, and she asked for forgiveness for that man as well.
The man that she brought forward to forgive, that's my brother.
She's telling you to stop being weak. Bring more confidence into your life.
You know, we're all at different points in our lives. We've all been through different experiences, traumas, excitements, joy.
She's proud of you. You're quick and something. You stopped something that was very hard for you to do.
You wouldn't think that 10 years ago that I was addicted to drugs.
She says, I'm proud of you. Continue.
I never stopped asking the universe to show me the way.
She's talking about your pain. Let it go.
I don't have to have that story anymore. I don't have to hold on to the story of my pain, of my past, of my trauma. Today, I can let it go.
Let it go! She said, can you forgive me?
Yes.
Say goodbye to all things that could stop you to succeed, to feel good, to connect with your soul. Say yes high.
Yes.
Loud.
Yes.
Louder.
Yes.
She's asking you, can you forgive that person? She's directing someone else. She's directing a man. She's directing someone. Can you forgive that person? Can you forgive that person for her? Loud.
Yes, I forgive him.
Why you do forgive him? She want to know.
I forgive him for myself.
That you are worthy enough to do everything for yourself. Not for anybody else, for yourself.
I know that takes a lot from her, but she gives. And she gives and she gives.
She's asking you to be strong, to be powerful, to be connected to your soul. You don't need anyone's affection and approval to be perfect. You are already perfect. Believe in yourself.
Yes.
Just say, yes, I do believe in myself.
Yes, I do believe in myself.
Louder.
Yes, I do believe in myself.
Louder.
Yes, I do believe in myself. And I believed in her.
We're all from Brooklyn, New York, so there was a very Jewish Italian community there where people's homes were open and they would intermingle and share their faiths, share their food.
She's talking about backyard. She's talking about the trees. She's talking about dishes. She's talking about the chicken. She's talking about the chair. She's talking about everything. Please direct her what she's trying to say.
Hannah's house.
Yes. My mom's house. We all lived together. I mean, they lived there.
with my mom and my dad. They were always together. We were always together, always cooking. She actually made a better chicken parmesan than my mother.
Yeah, hers was better. But don't tell her that.
Yeah, don't tell my mom.
Don't tell Nana.
There is a power in sadness. There is a power in pain. And the power comes when you overcome it.
Talking to her really, really helped me, I think. It's definitely gonna kind of just clear my mind of all the negative thoughts that I had.
My father, Congressman Ron Dellums, who passed away a year and a half ago, visited Fia.
Today was a day to remember Ron Dellums, who in 1970 brought to Congress an anti-war and anti-apartheid stance that was branded as radical and dangerous.
Oh my God. He's asking, do you remember my hand?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember what I told you?
Yeah.
Do you remember why I told you?
Yeah.
Dellums' youngest daughter, Piper, is proud that her father became an early voice against oppression in South Africa, applying pressure that would one day bring an end to apartheid.
You said, take my legacy, take my mantle. You're the smartest person I know. Go into the world and heal the land and do it in your way.
You know, Ron never gave up. He never became bitter. He loved people.
This is not my hand, this is your dad. He wanted you to tell again, louder, louder and clear, what he told you.
I'm passing you my mantle. I'm passing you my anointing. I'm passing it to you. You're the smartest one that I know. Run. There's so much work to be done. Run, run, run and heal the world, and don't stop. Do it in your way. Run, baby girl. Do it in your way.
So she spoke into me like a sister, but also like an angel.
He said, I saw you when you cried in front of that candle. Why did you cry?
She's given me the faith and trust and support that was being given me by my dad before he left. So she's done this beautiful transition of allowing me not to feel the void of his leaving.
I don't know where to go when I'm not speaking with you, or I just don't know how to feel safe in the world without you in it.
In the area where I don't have a female in my life, because I don't have a relationship with my mother and I don't have a sister, she has stepped in with the feminine to remind me that I am also loved and purposeful and beautiful and worthy, that I'm valuable.
It's not just me that tried to basically sending her messages and changing her. So she changed me in so many ways as well.
So our silly song goes this way. We are the key to do more than just let it be. The key to our destiny is in the hands of our humanity. His love is more than a philosophy, 'cause we are the key.
We are the key.
We are the
but
key.
Diamond's key.
Welcome back to Times Square today. I am your host, Greg Roulette, and I am very excited for our next guest because she is known as the Persian medium, the subconscious mind surgeon. She's a motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with my good friend, Fia Johansson. Fia, how are you doing? Welcome
nice
to the show.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
I am so excited to talk about what you've been up to because you've been getting some major attention lately, some amazing work with law enforcement. You've recently been featured in Forbes, Wall Street. Like, what's going on? Like, let's just start there. What's been happening with you?
Yeah, I'm shocked too, to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm honored to be featured on Forbes magazine and also co-authoring with Jack and Phil. And at the same time, I find my purpose. And my purpose was about to help others. And I started my career with law enforcement when I was at the age of 17. And I started in Stockholm. And when I came to US, I feel that I have to do the same because I do have a gift. I could help people, 1 million of them worldwide.
Yeah.
And why not? They need me and I need them to make them to feel good, relief. And then every families who reached out to me because of their missing persons, because of a lot of other individual cases, the most important part was if I can bring any relief and any happiness to them.
Yeah.
Which for me was a blessing when I could feel that I could at least actually give them some closure for their thought, their emotional feelings, and then, connection with themselves again.
Exactly. Yeah, families, we need a lot of that right here, right now, today. Why do you think this is all happening now, right? Was it a certain case? Was it just you saying, I need to break? Like, why is all this attention coming your way now? The books, the media, the new business, like, why now?
I've always been around media. But this time, because of a couple of cases that I can't mention because of the security reason, I've been very known, and those cases been kind of huge cases, and Forbes got attention. That was a blessing.
Yeah.
And that was a feeling actually that I had, and then they reached out, they want to feature me, and then after that everything, and I'm actually going to be featured on Wall Street Journal in July.
Wow.
So I had a interview with iHeartRadio today. They reached out after they saw Forbes, and it was amazing. People ask me, are you just finding missing people? Or are you kind of like just working with the law enforcement? No, I don't. I actually work with individual cases with people, like when people wants to talk to me and communicate with me, ask me about anything and everything.
Yeah.
It could be their love life, it could be their investments, it could be any other type of the cases, like as a business entrepreneur that they do have. So that's what I do, actually help them out.
So when does someone seek out a medium? At what point in their journey, whether it's for a missing person, for a loved one, for like their own life, when do they seek you out? Are you the last resort to help give me closure to the case, or are people starting to really see the value in bringing you into a case early?
Definitely when all the cases are starting, so they know already about like what's going on around that case. But sometimes it's very hard to put all the puzzles together to find that specific person or that specific crimes. So that's why, especially cold cases, so that's why when I came in the middle, I'm receiving those messages, I'm connecting, and at the same time, I help them to put more puzzles together and more communication with people, and that would make them to succeed faster.
Now, is this something that law enforcement has been using for forever? Is this something new to them?
It's not something new. CIA actually used psychics for so many years, and also other law enforcement also using psychic. Google using psychics, and but it's not every person. So you have to have a talent, you have to have a gift, and they are not a joke. If you are not deliver, if you are just pretending or acting, nothing good is going to happen. So you have to have the gift, you have to have a talent, and they want to see the proof and test.
Yeah.
And believe me or not, I think and I believe so strongly, law enforcement, they do have some psychic abilities by themselves because they knew what's going on, but they're not really believing in their inner voice or their thought and subconscious until they get in connect, example, with me, and I'm just like, well, you already found it, but you pass it down. Why? Because you doubted about it. So we do all have. We are based on energies. We pick up energies, we're receiving energies, but we have to listen and we have to connect with that energies.
What do you think it is that makes you unique? Like, why do they bring you in for these cases?
Because I'm stubborn and because I'm telling law enforcement what to do and not to do, and if they are not listening, I'm getting out from the room. and they know me. People who actually worked with me in the past, they know I'm real and I'm serious. People who may just shaking hand with me just because of other sources that have been interviewed or introduced by. So then they kind of like, it takes time for them, maybe about 24 hours or 48 hours to get to know me. After that, they would say, well, whatever you says, yes, we do.
I love that. And the stubbornness is taking you to really
Attitude,
good places
yes.
right now. I love it. Where do you want this to go? Like, so the writing the books, the getting the attention, working with law enforcement, working with, like, where do you see yourself growing this?
I have no roof. There's no roof for me. And as long as I can help other people, that's exactly what life is. I mean, I think I do have a gift just because of one purpose. Just be there for people and let people bring love and happiness to you. And as long as I know and I feel and I breathe, I would love to help as many as I can. So people who want to talk to me about their personal issues, because I'm a clinical hypnotherapist too, so I'm removing addiction, any type of addictions with hypno.
Yeah.
I'm also actually having master degrees, psychologist master degrees from actually University of Stockholm. So basically, I can do a lot for people as far as I did all my life. Like at the age of 7.5, when I found about my abilities.
Yeah.
From that time until now, everything is just rock for me.
I love that. Now, this is a fun question we ask everybody on the show. If you could go back in time, right? So whether this is you just starting your business, maybe it was when you were young and you found out these abilities. If you could give yourself a piece of advice, knowing now what you know and where this is taking you, what would you tell yourself?
Be your own leader. Lead yourself and always be yourself. Never try to pretend to be somebody. Never try to change yourself just because someone or somebody or some country wanted you to be. Bring your unique personality, tap into your talent and energies, and just bring inspiration to people. When we are sending love and inspiration, we are receiving the same.
Yeah.
So just be yourself, be happy, and be thankful.
I love that. Now, if someone is watching this right now, and I know they are, and they're like, I need a Persian medium in my life, I need her to help my organization, like, where can they learn more? Where do they see how you can actually help them?
Sure. I do have a platform named Avid Advice,
Okay.
A-V-I-D, Advice, avidadvice.com. So people can reach out through my avidadvice.com platform. I do have Instagram, Persian Medium basically. Just type Persian Medium.
Love it.
I have over 1,200,000 followers already, so I would love to have more followers. So, and also avidawakening.com is my place in Corona Del Mar, Newport Beach.
Okay.
But right now the waiting list is about like February 23rd, 2020. But people who would love to meet me face to face, I would say go to fiona@avidawakening.com, send an email, and I will be there for you in no time.
Lots of different ways to learn more, lots of different ways to contact you. Please reach out because she can help you, whether it's getting closure or learning more or getting that insight into what you need to know. Thea, thank you so much for being a guest here
Thank you so
today.
much. Thank you.
Definitely. And we'll be back with more from Times Square today in just a minute.
Welcome back. Our next guest is a celebrity medium, a clinical hypnotherapist, a holistic healer, and holds a master's in psychology. Fia Johansson is known as the Persian medium, and she's even worked with intelligence agencies and law enforcement to find answers in cases. She also wants all of us to discover our best selves. Fia, good morning.
Good morning, Heather.
Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thanks for having me.
I just want to start with, when did you realize that you had this ability?
I was 7.
7.
It was a very hot summer. A friend of mine came to my house and we played, we had fun. 3 hours later, they wanted to go home. I said, don't go. They said, why? I said, because I see that your guy is going to have a car crash.
Ooh.
Of course, they didn't listen to me. They had to go. 40 minutes later, our phone rang. and confirmed that they had a car crash.
Oh my goodness, were they okay?
They've been completely okay, but what I saw in my vision at that age, it was scary. It was colors, visions of car crash, and my friend's face, who basically had some blood in. I was very scared. It took actually 4 years for me to discover why I see things before they happen. Why did people connect it to me? Why I am connected to unknown, and what's wrong with me. So, because you don't have anybody to talk to.
No, nobody would be able to relate to what you're seeing or experiencing. Later in life, you're able to use these tools and this ability to eventually connect with law enforcement. Is it true that you have helped to solve 22 cases?
Yes.
What sort of cases are you assisting with?
Cold cases, many of them was cold cases, old cases, locate missing people, and also connected people to each other who basically been vanished for so many years and they didn't know where they are. And I started with law enforcement at the age of 17 back in Europe, and I moved here to US 10 years ago, and through that agency I connect with intelligence services here as well.
Can you give me an idea of a case that you've solved?
One of the cases that I had, it was almost 2 years ago. Coast Guard communicated with me and said, we have a missing pilot and missing plane. I said, where are you guys? He said, well, we are around the oceans. He said, you're guys in the wrong place. Number one, they are not alive. And he was like, how did you know that was they? I said, because it's two people that passed. And he immediately felt that you're right about it, because that was the student and instructor. So basically, after 25 minutes, after the helicopter came and took me, we found the stress signals from that plane. And they asked me, how did you know that? I said, he told me where he is.
Wow.
So
what do you mean by that? Did you hear voices, or
voices? It's actually it's different, case by case. Some cases I feel and sense them directly communicating with me. Some cases they kind of like connecting me through other people, and some cases it's just the callers and numbers and names, and I bring them to attention for DA, private investigators, and crime lawyers. They put them together, and this was like, wow. You got it, bingo. We got a piece of
very helpful for people who may not have any other answers in these situations. When you walk by strangers on the street, do you ever get a sense for anything?
Of course, because as you know, we are all based on energies. And I pick up energies very fast. I feel and sense them very strongly. And when you are an empath, you can sense people almost, 100 miles away. But I try to not, because it's crazy. My life, maybe outside is look normal. I maybe look normal, but inside it's not normal.
Is it difficult to have to constantly be hearing and sensing things?
It is difficult. I can't be in any funerals because of the dead people. I communicate with them directly. I can't actually be around and surround people who basically doing something wrong. Example like high-profile people, celebrities, and other stuff, because then I can see and locate them, what they're up to, what is going on. So basically, it's hard for me. I close myself to not see things.
Do you call people out? I know you have celebrity clients. You say,
of course.
I know what you're up to when you're not here.
You know what I did? Actually, Impossible Hollywood, I changed it to I'm Possible Hollywood. I worked through my hypnose to helping a lot of models, actor, actress to achieve their dreams and desires. And of course, I did.
Wow. I know you have a book out. It's called Recoding Your Brain for a Better Life, and you're working on a second book.
Yes, and the third book. The second book, actually, I am working on an upcoming book with one very huge and very strong, intelligent agent who wants to talk to me, or basically stand by on any cases that we solved together, and we are going to say when, where, how.
Wow. Okay. So we'll
That
be
would be
looking forward
huge.
to that one. Fantastic.
That would be fantastic.
Where can folks get in contact with you? Maybe they would like to work with you on something.
Well, to see me face to face, they need to have some one-year waiting list. So it's
One-year waiting list. My goodness.
Yeah, but if they do have some cases, missing people or crime cases that they would love to involve me, they can connect to my agent, and through that, I will connect with them. But easy to talk to me because, you know, people ask me a million questions about, guess what? What is my lottery number?
Lottery numbers.
Example.
Yes.
When I'm going to get married. Is he cheating or not cheating? Or stock markets or investment. So basically, avidadvice.com, A-V-I-D advice.com is the best place to communicate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have over 27,000 people or clients worldwide. And I'm very blessed and happy and thankful for that.
All right, Fia Johansson, the Persian Medium. Thank you so much for your time this morning. We do appreciate
You're
it.
very welcome.
All right, Stella, I'm intrigued. We'll send it back to you.
That's pretty incredible. Thank you so much, ladies.
Welcome back to the Global Entrepreneurship Initiative. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Fia Johansson, who's better known as the Persian Medium and Subconscious Mind Surgeon. She's a multi-talented motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. An author who works closely with law enforcement to help locate missing people and solve difficult criminal cases with detectives and as well as private investigators. Throughout her career, she's helped thousands of people identify personal roadblocks to help them truly believe in their own path to success, whatever that dream may be. Her greatest passion in life is helping others achieve their ultimate dreams and desires, teaching people to believe that truly anything is possible. Please help me welcome to the stage Ms. Fia Johansson.
Welcome back. Did you know that police departments across the country and even the CIA sometimes turn to psychics to help them solve cases? Victims' families looking for answers also turn to mediums for closure. Fia Johansson is an author as well as a licensed psychologist and hypnotist.
Welcome back. Our next guest is a celebrity medium, a clinical hypnotherapist, a holistic healer, and holds a master's in psychology. Fia Johansson is known as the Persian Medium, and she's even worked with intelligence agencies and law enforcement to find answers in cases. She also wants all of us to discover our best selves. Fia, good morning.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Jack Canfield, your host for Hollywood Live. My next guest, Fia Johansson, is an amazing person. She is speaks 5 languages, which I find very impressive. She's emigrated to several countries, has a psychology degree from the University of Stockholm in Sweden. She is a hypnotherapist, clinical hypnotherapist and healer, and God knows probably other things I don't even know about.
Hi, welcome back to Times Square today. I am your host, Greg Roulette, and I am very excited for our next guest because she is known as the Persian Medium, the subconscious mind surgeon. She's a motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with my good friend, Fia Johansson.
For centuries, it's believed that mediums have been able to mediate communication between spirits of the dead and living human beings. People usually recruit mediums to help them get in contact with family members or friends who have passed on. But celebrity psychic Fia Johansson is also using her abilities to help law enforcement solve cold cases and help exonerate and free innocent inmates. And Fiona is joining us now. Fiona, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. How are you doing today?
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Aussie Goddess. Live from theausiegoddess.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Aussie Goddess
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Aussie Goddess TV show. Sorry, I just never know what to open with. It gets me every time. So thank you for joining me. Thank you especially to you people who've come over from my YouTube channel and from my Facebook page. So I appreciate all of your support. It's been a very tough few months for me, and I've uprooted, moved to a new place, finally got my internet up and going. Life just decided that it wanted to send me in a completely new direction, and I've rolled with the punches, as you do. So I'm so happy to be back with you today and give you a little bit of insight on what's happening. Of course, as usual, we'll take a couple of readings from callers, so I always enjoy doing that part of the show too. Before we go any further, just in case I don't get a chance at the end of the show, sometimes I do talk too much. Just letting you know, I am on YouTube daily, weekly, and monthly doing readings. I offer personal readings as well, so I do that face-to-face if you're close enough to come and see me. I also do Skype and other methods for overseas. So I am internationally known now, which is so awesome. I'm still in awe of my journey, but I follow what my heart and my spirit is telling me to do. And I also am on most social media, so you'll find me in a lot of places. So let's have a look at the energies of today. We do have the Two of Swords coming up as the main energy of today. So the Two of Swords is a card where it talks about a decision that needs to be made. That isn't a great decision. It's a decision that's going to cause you or create a little bit of pain for you, because you have to make a decision about whether you want to speak a truth to someone or move away from someone. That's about cutting them out. So the swords are all about the energy of precision, clarity, and ensuring that you're doing what's best for you. So it sort of brings it to a little bit of a stalemate sometimes, because you don't always want to make a decision. I feel like some of you are trying to work out what direction to take in your life today, or over the next few days. This is sort of this feeling that maybe there's two jobs on offer or two situations on offer, and you're trying to choose between the two. I do see a lot of swords and a lot of anxiety. In fact, 5 cards on the table, they're all swords. So a lot of anxiety, a lot of stress at the moment, trying to make your mind up what you want to do. Now, for others of you, this could be about, just trying to plan out your life path. You may be deciding to either give up work and go and study something. You may be looking at walking away from someone. I see a variety of things here for people. But the main thing here is this is about you speaking your truth. This is about you speaking up for what you truly believe in and what you feel is really important here. As I said, for some of you, this is about walking away from someone or cutting someone out of your life. So you could have a very difficult decision to make. This could also be around your family as well. So a lot of stress for you, a lot of sleepless nights worrying about how to go about this, but trying to make sure that you're making this decision for the best reasons. Now, what I do want to say to you is, for some of you here, you've perhaps been holding on to something too tightly. So perhaps you're trying to let go of something, something that's sort of held you in place. Again, coming back to a relationship, but certainly wanting to, it could be for some of you holding on very tightly to your money and not having an opportunity to move in a new direction. But I feel here that there's sort of like a very much an energy here of you taking your power back. Whatever this is, this decision's going to help you become more self-sufficient, more understanding of yourself and the way you think about things and what you want in your life. It's very much an energy of like letting go of past energies as well. So you could be clinging to something because you think you have to, or you could be clinging to something because you feel that you are obligated somehow to this particular thing. So this definitely is a week of releasing old energies, making good solid decisions for yourself that you have really good clarity on, but also making decisions for yourself, not for other people. So being able to put aside what other people think, what other people are saying. I feel like some of you have got perhaps somebody around you who's trying to either discredit you or discredit the way you want to go about something. So sometimes people try to do things because they think it's best for us, but actually they impede our progress because we listen to what they have to say rather than following our own. The beat of our own drum is what Spirit is saying to me. So very much this week, a feeling that you need to follow the beat of your own drum, make decisions that are in your best interest, but definitely a time for, picking up those things that you've left behind. But also if you're trying to make a decision, it's great to listen to other people. It's fantastic, but sometimes people think they're helping, and in fact, they stop you from progressing because it doesn't feel good to them to let you move on. So, for whatever reason here, this is about you choosing yourself over others, making a decision in your own best interest. So that's the energy for you. Okay, so we have Doris in Hagerman, New York, in the USA, ready online. Are you there, Doris?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I am good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. And do you have a question for me today, or is there something you wanted to talk about today?
Yes, I wanted to know, is there a message for my mother? She just recently passed away.
Sorry, I missed that. Could you repeat that for me?
I'm so sorry. I said my mother just recently passed away. Is there a message for her?
Okay. This is only recently, is it? It's only very recently.
Yes.
Okay. Or she's just saying to me, she's sort of quite a nervousy person, and she's just saying to me she went too quickly. What happened to her?
She passed away from a heart attack, I think.
Okay, because she's trying to say to me that she didn't really have time to do what she needed to do. She's telling me that she had still things there that she wanted to do. So it feels to me like, obviously it was unexpected, but it's like she's showing me this list of things that she wanted to get done before she passed. Okay. Was there somebody around you that's pregnant at the moment?
Not that I know of.
Okay. All right. Then there must have been something that she wanted to do or bring out or rebirth. So I'm trying to get this, what she's trying to say to me here. Because it feels to me like she wanted to say or do something and she didn't get an opportunity to do that. And she's quite anxious to get this across now. So I'm trying to work out exactly what she's trying to say to me. Was there some unfinished business? Did you have something planned between you?
Yes.
You did? Okay. Whatever this is, it sort of, she's feeling like she wasn't able to finish something with you or conclude something or work something out with you. So I'm not quite sure what that means to you, but she's saying here she wished she had the time because she feels like there was so much more to say to you and she didn't get that opportunity.
Okay.
Okay. There is... I don't know if she wasn't good at expressing herself because there's a great deal of love and compassion for you here, but I feel like she never really got the opportunity to show you exactly how she felt. So it's sort of like she feels a little bit sort of like she's got ripped off, basically. But she feels like quite an anxious person. So it's like she's very frantic trying to get this message across at the moment. So something she wanted to say to you that she didn't get to say.
Okay.
Okay, so let me just get into the energy a little bit more. Okay, what's changed for you recently? What has happened with you recently?
Meaning with her and I, or life in general?
It could have been with just you, rather than you and her. I feel like there was something she was wanted to tell you, or something she wanted to say, and I feel like it's got to do with some sort of change, or something that was changing either within your relationship or specifically in your life.
We didn't have a good relationship.
Okay. And I feel that there is this really strong feeling now that now she's passed, she's realized that there was a great need for her to express herself. Now she is coming across as in life, I think she was a highly anxious person, and I don't think she was expressing what she had to say. Okay. But that doesn't mean she didn't love you. She said to me, you've got a big change coming up in your life. I'm not sure what that means to you, but she said you need to be careful that you are kind to you, because something here that you both had, that you had in common here. So I think that either you may be anxious or maybe a bit nervous about making changes in your life too, that you're reluctant to make, because she's very much trying to guide you in either a different direction or move you into a different area now. So even though you didn't have the greatest relationship, I feel that underneath that she really did love you, but I don't think she knew how to express herself. So I think she came across as being cranky and anxious rather than being loving.
Yes, she was very, very cranky and anxious. Yes.
Yeah.
Is there anything that I should look out for in a sense for my mother?
Signs from your mother, like in terms of whether she's around you or not? Okay. All right. Let's have a little look. Let's see how she's going to do that. Okay. Now she's showing me curtains. Do you have curtains in your home?
Yes.
Because they're not something that everybody has nowadays. Curtains are sort of only some people seem to have curtains now. Now she's showing me something with the curtains. So I actually see them like blowing, but there's not a window open here. Now, I don't know if that means that she's going to show you she's around by moving something around like your curtains, but there's what I see, or what she's showing me is like there's a curtain and it's like it's blowing in the wind, but when you pull it back, the window isn't open. So either you either have a curtain that has a window behind it that you don't open. Do you have a curtain in your house where the window doesn't open for some reason, like a fixed window?
Not really. I mean, all my windows are open. I have access to them.
All right. So next time you see the curtains blowing, if your windows aren't open, that is your mother.
Thank you so much for this information.
You are very welcome, but I think you need to understand, even though your mother didn't show you love like you thought she should, I think she loved you a lot, but I think she had very, very bad anxiety and troubled about her own self. So probably a lot to do with her own childhood. So she did love you very, very much, and she is a little concerned about something that's coming up for you. So just follow her messages. She'll try and get you to move in the right direction.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, Doris. Much love to you.
Love and light. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're very welcome. Okay, so we have Ashley in Chicago coming up next. So Ashley, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, how are you going?
Good, how are you?
I'm very well. We have a lovely clear line. So what can I help you with today?
So I'm actually making a very difficult decision right now with my relationship, and I was just wondering if you could provide some insight with what you saw.
The funny part is I've just done a daily reading for people, and it was all about making a decision that was very difficult. Okay, let me just get into the energy a little bit.
Sure.
The thing is, you've been thinking about this for a long while. This is not something that you're taking lightly. I feel that it's probably you're quite tired from overthinking it as well. And I feel that you've either been researching things or trying to work out what's going on with the relationship. So there seems to be a bit of a divide. So what's going on for you? Are you actually, have you both been talking about separating or both been talking about going in different directions?
No, definitely not on his aspect. It's definitely on my aspect. Talking about going separate directions. We have done the marriage counseling in the past years ago, and we're kind of at the same point again. And it's just kind of more on my end where I'm just, like you said, tired. And he has...
Yeah, that's what I said. I can feel how tired you are. That's the overthinking, you see, because when you're not making a decision, you go round and round in your head, and actually we don't realize sometimes how exhausting that truly is. I actually feel too that you're bottling your emotions up a lot at the moment. I can feel your emotions right under the surface. So to me, you're just almost like you're just holding it together at the moment. You're ready to sort of, you're ready to fall apart. So I feel that this is something that you've already decided. Your soul, your spirit, your higher self is already trying to talk to you about what you need to do. But it's sometimes we tend to follow our ego, and we tend to sort of go with the, we need to take care of our family, we need to take care of, our financial situation, and we tend to sort of move towards that. And I feel this is like the energy you're giving off at the moment, where you're going backwards and forwards between what you truly want and what you feel the world around you is best if you do.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I feel quite strongly that you've already made the decision. It's just now putting it into place. Now, you're a very practical person, so you'll need to do things in a way that feel comfortable for you. So don't rush anything. Don't do anything in a way that's going to make you feel like you regret, because I have this strong feeling that you're the type of person that thinks things through, does things in a very orderly way. But when it comes to something like this, you're not sure if you should just cut and run. And I don't want you to do that. I want you to do it in the way you need to do it, because if you cut and run, you're going to regret what you do a little bit later. And I don't mean that in a negative way, but you're going to question your own motives, and that's going to make you feel very sad. And then sometimes we go backwards rather than just going forwards. I feel it's like you're flogging a dead horse. Okay, so that's the energy I've got here. And somebody once said to me, if the horse is dead, get off. But I feel like that you're trying to make something out of something here that's just not going to bring you the satisfaction. Ashley, I feel like you've done a lot of growing in the last few years, and I feel that you are sort of a person that doesn't stop that growth. Like you're always looking for new things to do, and new things to bring into your life. And I feel like you're very stunted where you are at the moment. So it's like, to me, you're pleasing everybody else instead of pleasing yourself.
That's true.
Okay. So you need to start thinking about, you only get one go at this life. You only get one go. If you don't make it the best go that you've got, you don't get another go at it. And you can put off forever, trying to make a decision in your own best interest. But at the end of the day, you have to think about what's right for you, not what's right for everybody else, okay? So take it slow. think it out, doing it in a way that is comfortable for you. Don't go backwards and forwards. Once you've made the decision, if your ego keeps kicking in and going, but what if, but what if, but what if, just remember that you've made the decision and just go with what you want, what's in your heart, what you know is best for you.
Mm-hmm. Do
All
you
right?
see different relationships starting out of it, or no?
Sorry, what was that?
Do you see another relationship after the decision is made and they move on?
Oh, you definitely have in front of you. Okay, you do not have to worry. You are a beautiful soul and you are already prepared. And that's what I said. You need to listen to your heart. You need to listen to your spirit guides. They're trying to move you in a new direction. I feel that you are being prepared for much greater things than you're currently experiencing. So listen to that part of you that tells you what you've got to look forward to, not the part that says to you, but what if this, but what if that. Try and separate that gut feeling from your intuition from your ego. Because you know, if I were to say to you, what do you think's out there, what would you say to me?
I'm sorry, what is it?
You have beautiful things to come in for you, Ashley. You just have to make sure that you're looking after your own needs.
Okay.
All right? So be kind to yourself. Take it easy. No flash decisions. Just make your decisions as you need to, but go with your gut.
Okay.
All right? And good luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. You're welcome. Okay, so we have a little bit of time left. So what can we do for the last little bit of time? Okay, let's talk a little bit about relationships, because I think that it's really, after sort of talking to that person there seems to be something I need to talk about with relationships. I've sort of learned over the years, after dealing with many people in different relationships, that a lot of people stay with people purely because they think it's the right thing to do, or because they've been taught as a child that a relationship has to be worked at regardless of how bad it is. And I've met people and talked to people who are in the most excruciatingly painful situations, but they still keep going, either for their children or for their families, or just because they've been taught that you have to endure the pain. And we don't. We have a choice. And a lot of the time, if you're with someone who's, fairly abusive or can be quite narcissistic, or controlling, you often put your own needs aside because the thought of walking away from something is more painful than staying where you are. But actually the pain you're enduring, whether that's for you or your family or your children, is far worse than moving away. And it's such a huge decision because you have to think, how am I going to manage financially? How will I manage with my children? And a lot of the time I speak to people who've been thinking about this for years before they finally take the plunge. It's okay if it's not working and you've tried counseling and you've tried every possible way of approach and it still isn't working. It's not going to work. People can change for a little while, but it has to take great dedication to make sure that you're doing what you say you're going to. So a lot of the time people go, let's give it another go and we'll do it. And it works because both people are dedicated. But unless both of you are dedicated to that, it just isn't going to work. And after a while, trying to find the things that brought you together in the first place are very hard to find. So I always think when, people are talking to me about, how tired they are from thinking about it all the time, I think sometimes you just need to remember to put yourself first. If you're feeling that you're in any sort of trouble or pain or unhappiness, then you have to start thinking that this is your life too. You're not living it for the other person. And if you're clinging to the other person because you feel that you have no opportunities, then maybe you need to look up and work out what codependency is, because sometimes we do put other people's needs before ourselves and it's not very healthy. It becomes toxic. So, I think that the best way to do it is, you know, it's all very well to have couples counselling, but sometimes I think it's really good to have counselling for yourself and go and talk to someone about how you're feeling. Because once that love's gone, it's really, really hard to get back. And if you've been doing that for a long time, the love doesn't come in so freely. And it takes two. You can't make a relationship work by yourself. You can inject and give as much as you want to. You can put in everything you do. You can completely dedicate yourself to someone. But if they're not reciprocating, if they're not giving back to you, then it just becomes very, very toxic and an energy you need to move away from. So we're closing up the show. I want to just say to you again, if you want to come and join me on Facebook at the Aussie Goddess, I try to do some free card pulls every now and again, which I really love to do, but it gets so busy, it gets ridiculously busy, so obviously I don't get to everybody, but I'll be putting some dates up on Facebook very shortly for that. If you mention this TV show, that you got me through this TV show, I'll give you a discount on your reading. I just want to see how this TV show is getting out there and how many people are watching it. So please mention it if you're looking for a reading, and I'll make sure I give you a nice discount. We can do that by Skype if you're in another country, Messenger. I use WhatsApp sometimes if we can't get close enough by phone, so we can do that as well. Also, as I said, I have a YouTube channel, which is the Aussie Goddess as well. And I come on every day and do a What's Cracking reading, What's Cracking for the day, and also a bonus read for those that What's Cracking doesn't resonate with. So I have that going as well. I really love doing the work I do. I'm very, very dedicated. If I had an opportunity to do this full time, I would. But unfortunately, life requires that I have another job as well. So I want to say to you, I'll see you next week. I want to say thank you so much for joining me on this channel. Make sure that you are loving yourself, and remember, you have to love every time like it's the first time. Don't take any baggage with you. So if you're walking away from something, make sure that you relieve yourself of all the things and forgive people and move forward with absolutely just giving a new person absolutely all of you. So much love to you all, and I'll see you next Wednesday or Tuesday for you people in other countries. Thank you.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for a gateway to the spirit world with Gail Moffat. Live from GailMoffat.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is a gateway to the spirit world
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. God, I couldn't get the radio out. I'm stuttering over my words, so do apologise for that. I'm sure I will be speaking clearly from now on. So my name is Gail Moffat, and we're going to do a lovely show for the next half hour. And I always like to start with a little sort of chat, a spiritual chat, and I think it gets us all in the mood. So my spiritual chat this week is I think it's quite interesting to understand energy. Now, when we are connecting to spirit as mediums or psychics or tarot readers or whoever you are, you know, whatever you're doing when you're connecting to spirit, it is so important that we have the right energy. But everything, so energy is a vibration, and everybody has a vibration, and everybody has, will have a sort of unique energy to them, and no two energies are the same. And that's what I find extraordinary when you think about all the people in the world and how each person's energy is slightly different when I tune in to sort of connect with somebody. Well, one of the things that I think, when we're talking about vibration, I want to talk about the impact of music. And music creates an incredible energy, because that vibration of that one note that cuts through the air and moves the energy around and can really sort of place a different energy in a room. And sometimes, I don't know if you've ever sort of gone into a house or a building and thought, oh, it all feels horrible in here, and it feels all depressing and horrible. But if you were to put, the thing that I always do is I always have on YouTube, you can find these sort of like flute music from India, or singing bowls. Singing bowls is a regular one for me, and I'll put it on my computer and just let it sort of, the vibration where it just sort of pings, and then that vibration just sits in the air, and I really notice the difference of the energy and the vibration in a room, and I suppose it's a bit like, do you remember doing those, having the triangle? And, I was always the person in any sort of musical assignment at school where I had the triangle. And so that was my claim to fame, the one with the triangle. And I'd be pinging on the triangle, and it would just go ping, and then it would be vibrating. Bit like a tuning fork, isn't it? When you're having, getting the correct notes for say a piano, or the starter, getting, middle C or something like that. But the point is that everything has a vibration, but we can change a vibration of a place. And I think that another way that we can change the vibration of a place is by using crystals, and the crystals have an energy. And if you think about how crystals have been formed, and generally they're formed through the process of the lava that comes out of the volcano. And as it cools, it forms crystals. So if you can imagine that energy that is encased in that crystal, and so many people use crystals for healing. Isn't that astonishing? And I remember the first time I had crystal healing, and I thought to myself, I'm not sure if this is going to work. How's this going to happen? And I can tell you, whoa. that was just incredible. I was knocked out for 2 days, just from the energy of the crystals that were all placed around me. And so I am definitely a convert with crystals and how they can impact you and how they can really sort of, play a role in your healing. So that's another thing that sort of, is really sort of good with energy. Music, as I've mentioned earlier. And, the other thing is that I do lots of demonstrations of mediumship, and sometimes I will turn up, and when I turn up, I arrive at a place, and there may be sort of, some very jolly, happy people, and they're all, having a laugh and having fun, and so as a and all the laughter causes a lovely energy, and it lifts up the mood in the room. Can you probably, I like to call it, in layman's terms, it's like saying atmosphere. So an atmosphere can be amazing when you go somewhere, like the air is buzzing with a great atmosphere, and that's just through the laughter and the fun. And when I'm in an environment like that, whoa, my mediumship can be sort of like, I'm just getting stuff that I think, where did that come from? Because it's such an amazing energy. So in other words, what I'm saying is that when we work, when all mediums work, whether they're, a psychic or a medium, we rely on the good energy, and we rely on your good energy to help us be, the better you are, in other words, the better we can be. That's a really little interesting talk about energy, and I hope you enjoyed that. But I do know that we have some callers waiting, and we have Dianella in Brooklyn, New York. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Who's this?
My name is Gail Moffat.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Gail Moffat. Were you expecting to speak to me?
Well, I don't know. I was surprised because I didn't think you would call me. I didn't think I would get a call back. But anyway, I'm here.
Oh well. Here we are. We're all ready to talk to you. So I am a medium, and I can connect to loved ones in spirit. So somebody that perhaps has passed, or I can ask my guides to give guidance of aspects of your life. Is there some a particular way that you would like me to work?
Well, what do you mean? Well, yeah, I'd like you to get in touch with my loved ones in spirit. Is it possible or not?
Yes. And is there anybody in particular? We've only got a very short space of time.
All right, there's my mother. There's my mother Dorothy, my brother David, who was murdered, my mother Dorothy, who had a terrible stroke, and my boyfriend Joey, who had a heart attack. So that's
right. Okay, right, let's see what we can do.
With Dorothy.
Right, okay.
You need her last name?
No, I've got enough. I don't need any more information. Did you say your boyfriend was called Joey? Because I just heard Joey.
Wait, because I'm not home now. My boyfriend Joey T. That was his last name. Joseph.
Okay. Because I feel I have your boyfriend has come in, and I know that your mother is standing by, wanting to talk as well. I feel I definitely have your boyfriend here, and he's the one that wants to talk first.
Okay.
And he's saying to me that he has some regrets about his life, and he says that he got involved with certain people and did certain things that he shouldn't have done, because he feels that he behaved in a way that wasn't sort of always honourable. Would that make sense to you?
Well, when I met Joey, I mean, I don't know. He was married, but We were going for 14 years. We were friends, and then we fell in love. So I don't know if it means he regrets being with me, or I don't know, you know. But he died in my arms.
I don't think he regrets being with you. I don't think that's it. I feel that he has regrets about other people that he knew and other people that he, because I feel that he was somebody that wasn't always, I feel like he's how can I put this? I'm struggling for my words. And I feel like he's the sort of person that would...
You sound... Could I put you on speaker because I can't hear you? I'm on the outside, you know. So I'd rather put you on speaker because I can't hear you that well, you know. Can I use my speakerphone so I can hear you? Are you still there?
Yes.
What?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Okay. Can I make this louder so I can hear?
Right. Well, I'm going to carry on because we're going to run out of time, Dianella.
No,
so we have to get going. But what I'm going to say to you is I feel very strongly that Joey is stepping forward, and I feel that he was somebody that didn't always. I feel like I don't feel like he's illegal in some of his actions, but I feel like sometimes he wouldn't always. He would do things sort of like close up to sort of like. As sort of, how can I put this? I feel like he could be somebody that wouldn't always do things that were correct. And I feel that some of the people that he knew and hung around with had some sort of dealings that weren't always of a correct nature. And I feel that he was involved with people around him that didn't always operate on sort of, you know, in the correct legal fashion. And I feel with him that and this is where he has the regrets, because he's saying to me that he should have been he feels that he should have been a better person, a more honourable person, because he's making me feel that he wasn't always honourable and he didn't always with other people. And I don't feel this is with you. With other people, I feel like he didn't always do the things that people wanted him to do. Almost like I feel like he would sometimes upset some people as he would go about his business. And I can feel like there's anger around him. Like I feel like there were people that got upset with him and didn't sort of agree with his actions. And I feel like I do feel like he sort of upset people around him. And as a consequence, I feel that he wasn't able to keep his life in the way that he would have wanted to, because I feel that he almost like messed up things, and he messed up his future. And I feel like his regrets is that his ways that he was behaving impacted on his life with you and the future that you were both dreaming of. And I feel that, and he's saying to me that if he could turn the clock back, he would have done things differently with the people that were surrounding him.
What about with me? Did he ever care for me?
Did he ever what, sorry?
Love me or care for me, have any feelings for me?
He's saying to me that he has great regrets for the way that he behaved. And he's saying to me that he would have wanted to, he wishes that he could have had the life with you that he and you often spoke about. But I feel like his actions and his stupidity blocked him and stopped him from being in the life that he really wanted. And I feel also you used to get quite frustrated with him, because I feel that sometimes he wouldn't always be there for you when you wanted him to be there for you. And I feel like sometimes you felt that he was letting you down. But I feel like it was more to do with the people that he was surrounding himself with. And I feel also that he wouldn't have been I want to use the word unreliable. I feel that he wouldn't have been that unreliable if he hadn't have been involved with the people around him. And I really want to say to you very strongly that he has huge regrets and is telling you very clearly that he has a great deal of love for you. And he will always, he says that he always wants to try and put things right, particularly with you, because he feels that he let you down.
I know. And Dorothy? What about Dorothy, my mother?
Dianella, I've only got 11 minutes, and I've got another caller waiting now. So I want to thank you for calling in. But just before I go, I want to tell you that your mother, she's just like she's sort of winked at you, and she's saying to me, she hasn't forgotten her promise to you, because I feel like she made a promise to you before she passed that she would. I feel like something she was going to do, and I can't quite get it what it is. Yes, if I had more time, I would get it. But I know that she made a promise to you that before she passed, that she would help you in some way. I don't know whether she was going to come back in some way. And she says, I haven't forgotten. Dianella, thank you very much for calling in. And I hope you've enjoyed the reading. Thank you. Now we're going to go to Jody in Stuart, Florida. Are you there, Jody?
Yes, I am.
Hello. And so I am a medium, and I can connect to loved ones in spirit, or I can actually look for guidance from my guides. Is there a particular way that you would like me to work?
I'd like to speak to someone, a medium.
Okay, and is there a particular person that you'd like to connect to? Because we've only got a few minutes.
My daughter.
Your daughter, right? Okay, let me see if I can get her. I'm just hearing the words, "Mum, I'm here. Mum, I'm here." She's saying to me that she's making me feel. She's showing me like she's going out in the morning and slamming the door. And I feel like she was going through a little bit of a disruptive stage, and I feel that she was she wasn't. She's making me feel like she didn't respect you in the way that she should have done, and she's feeling very guilty for her actions, because she's making me feel that she regularly would make you upset, or you would cry, or you would feel upset in her actions, because she's telling me that she didn't always consider your feelings, in her life, and she's making me feel that she has huge regrets for her actions. Does that make sense to you, Jody?
Yes. Yes, it does.
And she's saying to me also that if she had her time again, she would definitely. She's saying if she had her time again, she would definitely do things differently. And also, she's telling me that she got in with the wrong crowd, like she's got the wrong friends around her and the wrong people. And and they were all into things that you perhaps didn't approve of, and she's making me feel like she got sort of like there was a part of her that sort of got a little bit led astray. Does that make sense to you?
No, she had great friends, and she passed away from cancer.
Right. Okay. Because Okay, I'm just going back to her and seeing if I've obviously misinterpreted that. So I do apologise. It happens with us mediums.
Absolutely.
Now, she's saying to me that she had some friends, but she's also saying to me that she has some regrets with some of her friends, and I feel that some of her friends that she I feel like there's a sadness to do with some of her friends. I obviously misinterpreted what she was trying to say to me. There's a sadness with some of her friends, and I feel one in particular, and this one in particular, I feel that sort of did try to do a lot for her and try to help her. But I feel that there were times when she wouldn't always listen. I feel like that she's not listening to certain people around her, and I just get the feeling that she has regrets in some of the ways that she's behaved and some of the ways that she's spoken to certain people, and I get this really strongly that she's just saying to me, "Mum, I love you," and also she's making me feel like there's something to do with an anniversary, and I don't know whether this anniversary is round about now or something you did on her anniversary of passing. But she's talking about an anniversary where I feel that you've done something sort of quite sort of significant to remember her, and she makes me feel like she's really sort of touched, because I feel like you've really remembered the anniversary of her passing. And she also makes me feel like she's telling me that she had quite a nice bedroom, and her bedroom was really sort of nicely done out, and she's making me look at her father, and she says that what are you saying about your father? She's making me feel like he was kind to her, because I feel like he helped her in doing something to do with the room, and I can't quite get whether he decorated it or not. I don't know, but it's like she's talking about the room where he did helped her. She also is showing me this giant teddy bear, and I feel like there's a giant teddy bear that is significant with her, that she had, and I don't know whether this is when she was a smaller child or whether it was when she was ill, because she's showing me this giant teddy bear. Yeah. She says that she's also met up with a lady in spirit, and I feel that this is, I don't know whether this is a great-grandparent or a grandparent, but it's of a grandparent level, and it's a lady that is with her, and she's telling me that she's been very kind to her and shown her sort of how to do things in spirit.
Is she a short lady?
I don't actually, so I struggle to see with heights, but she feels shorter than average because, and I feel like she's carrying a little bit of weight as well.
Yeah.
And
yeah, she met her before she came on. Before I was pregnant, she met her, my grandma, and she came down to me after I got pregnant. But when I talked to a psychic, she was actually sitting on my grandma's lap. So I'm thinking that's the grandma.
Yeah, and I'm being told that she met up with her as well. She's been very supportive to her in spirit.
Oh, okay.
I'm also being drawn to the head as well, and I feel like there was something to do with the brain or the head. Does that make sense to you?
Well, she had when her chemo was, she had short, she had no hair. And then she passed, and I still don't know how she passed or why she passed. It wasn't really from the cancer. I think she had a seizure or something, so maybe that was it.
Yeah, because I get the feeling that there's something to do with the head that affected her, and I feel like that was the sort of the I just get the feeling like there's I've got a pain in my head, like a headache, and it's causing me discomfort. Also, she's drawing my attention to some rings on her fingers, and I feel that these rings on her fingers, there's a ring that's significant. I don't feel like it's like a really expensive ring, but she makes me feel like she's wearing a ring that was a present to her from a family member.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes. Absolutely. Well,
And also, I get the feeling that there's a social media site that's still live with information about her.
Yeah, well, a couple of her friends got a hold of me, and then they said when she wasn't texting them or anything, and they did a memorial on social media for her. And I'm still looking for some of her friends, but I can't get into her phone because I don't have the combination to get in.
And she's aware of this memorial site on social media. She's aware of it, and she's very flattered. And I feel like there's lots of historical pictures that have been put up, and things about anniversaries as well.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network. and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Angelic Connections with Carrie M. Bush. Carrie M. Bush. Live from Facebook.com/Carrie M. Bush.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Angelic Connection
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everyone, so welcome to Angelic Connections. I'm your host, Carrie Bush, coming from the UK. So how is everybody? How is your week starting so far? I hope it's starting on a good note. So we have Mercury direct today. So this is really good news for anybody who has been struggling around that energy, but we're going to talk about that in a moment. So each time I start my show, before I come on air, I pull some cards. So I do a card for the week, our guidance for the week ahead. And I also do a 3-card message for you to receive the message at the end of the show. So the cards that I'm using this week are because we are in a transformational time. So I thought they're the very apt cards for me to be using today. So right now, I want you to think of the number that you're drawn to, number 1, number 2, number 3. These are for your special messages revealed at the end of the show. So just go with the number that you're drawn to, the number that jumps out to you straight away. And I've asked angels that be a message that resonates to your soul, a message that you need to hear right now. So our card for the week is the End of an Era card. So this is lovely. It's pretty apt as well for where we are energy-wise. So it is an end of an era. We are saying goodbye to the past. We are saying goodbye to so many things at the moment because we're just about to start a whole new life. So as I said, it is Mercury direct day today, which is just fabulous. It has been a very intense Mercury retrograde. And I know that so many people on my page have, really felt it. I've felt it. It's been a tough one. We've been asked to dig deep. We've had a lot of triggers come up as we've been, we've talked about before, and really releasing them old patterns. So it's gone direct today. So for the next 2 to 3 weeks, we will be in the post-Mercury shadow phase. So each and every day, it will just become a little bit lighter and lighter, the energy. It's no way as heavy as being in the Mercury direct itself. So that's good news in itself. We can kind of sigh, some relief there, knowing that Mercury has gone direct today. But we have had a powerful full moon as well. Yesterday and today we have the full moon energy in Virgo. So this is very strong as well. And this full moon is asking us to go within too. So it is all about starting our new life. And that's why our card, the End of the Era, just fits in so well with the energy right now, because we really are saying goodbye to that old. We're starting the new energy, and you're starting your new beginnings. You are literally wiping your slate clean, and you're going to start a new chapter. So much has happened since I did the show last week. So much has happened energy-wise. Lots of you have probably been feeling heavy symptoms. We've had a kind of big chakra activation over the weekend. You could have been feeling headaches, sore throats, very tired, muscle aches, especially around the back, the throat and the solar plexus, and also around the crown chakra. So that would link in with having headaches. And this is all because we are having a huge wave. We are having a huge shift. We are literally releasing lifetimes of stuff right now. So we do need to go with the flow of the energy. The angels are really asking us right now just to flow with this energy, because if we try and resist this energy, we're going to find it really, really hard. So the full moon yesterday, full moons are always absolutely powerful for releasing. Depending on where you live, it's yesterday, and today the energy is very much around as well. So if you haven't released under the full moon, then I suggest that you do this, because this is a really good full moon for releasing and letting go, and so that you can move forward really, really easily. So the best way to release on a full moon is to get some paper, and write down literally everything that you want to release that you don't want around your energy anymore. So I always like to start my release list off with a little note to the angels. So I might say, thank you for taking this from my shoulders. I'm ready to fully release this now. And then I will write things like, I'm releasing all attachments. I'm releasing all negativity. I am releasing any karmic ties, anything that doesn't serve my energy. I will start off with all of that kind of thing, and then I'll go into more personal things. So then, if you've got worries around money, relationship, all of that kind of thing, then you can release that. So you can write what personally fits to you on your list. So that you write everything down, and then go outside under the full moon. Even if you can't see the moon, it really doesn't matter, because that moon energy is there. It's even if you can't actually see the moon. So then you say your thanks to the angels, the universe, and you just say, I'm fully ready to release this now. I'm giving it all to you, and I'm freeing myself of all of these things that are no longer serving me. And then just burn it under the moon. Make sure that you stay safe, burn it sensibly. Don't burn indoors, do it outdoors. And then get that burn, and that is such a powerful release. You can also put your crystals outside under this full moon energy. That is so powerful for recharging your crystals. Now, this is actually a super moon, so you've probably seen that for yourself. You will notice that it seems much bigger than usual, and that's because it's much closer to us. It is a powerful super moon. It is our first super moon of 2020, our first super moon of the decade. So it is very, very powerful indeed. Lots of people do moon water, which is leaving some water outside under the moonlight, and they'll drink that the next day for the moon power. But really, under a super moon, be careful, because it's so strong and the energy is super amplified, that I wouldn't actually suggest that. I think if you're going to do moon water, don't drink it under a super moon. Instead, pour it into your bath. So this is a really good time for just looking after yourself, making sure that that you have dealt with everything under this Mercury retrograde, what has come up for you, making sure that you're releasing it, because we're moving away from it. We're going to have more light energy coming in. So what I really suggest everybody does right now is literally give all your worries and fears to the angels. Literally visualize the angels taking the worry and fear from your energy and transmuting it into the light. And that is gone. You do not want the fear and worry around your shoulders, because you don't want to be carrying that forward with you. So it's about releasing, looking after ourselves, because it's a full moon in Virgo, a super moon in Virgo. Virgo is the earth energy, and this full moon is really asking us to look after our health a little bit more. So we need to be looking at what we're eating. Are we drinking enough water? Are we looking after ourselves enough? If you've been called to eat in a better pattern, maybe have a little detox, now is the energy that you'll be really, really supported with this. So the angels are heavily around us at the moment. So anything that you begin, like little detox, maybe you've been eating some unhealthy foods. I know that I have been. I do believe that when ascension energy is high and we're receiving all of these downloads and these upgrades, for me personally, I just seem to want bad foods. I just seem to crave carbs. And I just think that I need to be having those comfort foods to protect myself. I feel like my energy needs them. But now we're lifting out of this energy now. Mercury's going direct, and, there's a lot of change ahead of us with the rest of March. We are being asked to look at our diets. I know for me, for sure, I've got to come away from sugar. That is something that the angels keep saying to me over and over and over. And so with this full moon, I am definitely going to be listening. And I think this is where we're at the moment. We all need to just be listening. We need to be listening to our own needs, what our body needs. And we need to be facing the things, facing up to what we need and not putting anything off anymore. We don't want to be doing that. This is like total reset time, transformation. This is like literally, you're going to be starting your new life. So with the rest of March, as the days and weeks go on after this Mercury direct, each day becomes lighter and lighter. You're going to be feeling better. So if you have been suffering with the headache and the aches and the pains and the emotions definitely would have been coming up to the surface for a lot of people. And that would be, for a release. If you have those emotions in your inner self, they will have risen up for a release. So, just it is about, as always, just flowing with this energy, remembering everything that's happening to you and around you at the moment is for your higher good. It really, really is. And it's leading you to somewhere special. So I would suggest not resisting the change, not resisting anything. If those emotions come up, then just honor them, just let them flow, let the tears flow. Crying is wonderful. It's such a wonderful release. When you let the tears flow, you really do feel released in a big, big way. But just know that this energy is just going to get lighter and lighter and lighter. So we're coming into better times. We're going to start to see the power of the big shift that we've been through. We're just going to see how rapidly it's going to change our life and how rapidly we're going to be manifesting. So as we're heading on into the rest of March, each day better and better and better. And then we'll lead into the equinox energy on the 20th, which is just complete new beginnings for each and every one of us. So it is about nurturing yourself right now. The Virgo moon is asking you all to nurture yourself, nurture your needs. Make sure you're putting yourself first. Make sure that you are loving yourself. Make sure that you have boundaries up. You have to, with part of self-love is boundaries. What you will accept, what you won't accept. You're coming into your power now in a big way. So it all begins with you. Make sure that you're using this beautiful opportunity with the full moon to have a really powerful release. Honestly, it's going to take so much weight off of your shoulders. Call in the angels, keep talking to the angels. Their presence is so, so strong right now. So the connections are really, really strong. Pay attention to your dreams. Dreams at the moment are just like, wow. We're being given so much clarity, so many messages. If you are frustrated, if you feel like you're not getting the clarity that you need at the moment, then just try and hold on in there, because clarity is coming for each and every one of us. So if you're a little bit confused on your path and where you're going forward, try and stay in that calm state, that calm, peaceful space, because you are going to get the clarity. You're going to know where you're going. So at the moment, it's all just about the new energy, total transformation. So some of you may have had that kind of tower moment where you feel like everything's crumbling around you. But remember, when everything crumbles, is because it's being rebuilt bigger and better and stronger than before. And that is where we are all at the moment. We are coming into our power. We are coming into our inner strength. We are going to be fully aligned and matching our desires. And that is when we have perfect manifestation. We have to be in alignment. And all of this energy is stripping us of anything that is not in alignment. So if you felt all your chakras activate over the weekend and the past few days, Monday and today, then know that that is because a big reboot is happening. Your chakras are being cleared and cleansed. So it's all for our higher good. It's actually really powerful what's happening right now. And it actually is going to lead you to an amazing place. It really, really is. So hang on in there. Change is here and you are going to see the change. You really, really are. So I think we're going to go to a caller now. I think we have Abigail on the line from Texas. Are you there, Abigail? We're just waiting to see if we can connect to Abigail on the line. So just a couple of seconds and see if she's there. I'm just going to have a bit of water. Got such a dry throat, getting over that cold still. And I think that's what's happened with me as well. I've had a cold since Christmas, kind of got over it, and then boom, it came back again. And I just think that could have been happening with a lot of people, and that is having a deep inner cleanse. So it is just about looking after yourself. I have, really had to put my needs first, which I'm not very good at. I'm one of these people who just, I'm always bottom on my list, but I've kind of had a big learning curve. So just, do the same if that's happening for you. So let's see if we can go to Abigail now. Are you there, Abigail?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, how are you?
Fine, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm good. How can I help you today?
Yes, I'm concerned about my career and my relationship.
Okay. Career and relationship. Okay, so what I'm going to do, Abigail, I'm going to pull some cards, call the angels in at the same time, and we'll give you all the guidance that I get, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to pull you some cards now. So we're going to ask the angels career and relationship. Career and relationship. And I'm just going to do one romance card for you, Abigail, and we will see what we get. Okay. Oh, Abigail, you've got some good energy around you. You've got some good cards. So first card that comes up for you is being in the flow. This is you, Abigail, coming back into the flow. So things may have felt like very frustrating around the career and relationship areas, but this is going to change. You have, it's almost like the angels are giving me that you've had a rough time. I'm sort of seeing rough waves in my mind, if you like, and they're letting me know that you've had a rough time. Things haven't been very smooth for you. Would that be right, Abigail?
I can't, you're talking too low and fast. Can you repeat it?
Yeah. So you've been through some rough times, the angels are telling me. And you're coming back into smoother time. Can you not hear me, Abigail?
Yes.
But you're coming into smoother times now. You're coming into a better space, Abigail. Everything is going to work itself out. You are giving birth. So this is new ideas and new beginnings, Abigail. So you've got new beginnings. I feel like there's a new career path opening up for you. Would that be right? Is that what you're wanting?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
That is coming. It's a new career path and it's lovely. This is you, Abigail, soaring into joy, coming into new energy. So also you're calling in your soulmate. So are you looking to call in a relationship?
I'm already in a relationship and we've been together a year.
Okay, so then this is your soulmate relationship. So this is beautiful change around this relationship. So you may have found that there's been some tension in the relationship right now. Sorry, but you're coming into better times. You are coming into new energy, Abigail, and it's going to be lovely. The angels are saying to me, everything is working itself out. So you have had some tough times. Has there been some arguments in your relationship?
Yes, ma'am, but we don't do that anymore.
Okay, because I'm feeling arguments, but I'm feeling like the energy is going to be better. You have had a lot of healing going on, Abigail. You have been healing on a deep level, and that has left you feeling a little bit shaky, but you're coming into this new energy now. So you've got a new...
Do you see us getting married?
Yeah, there's recommitment coming, Abigail. This is a soulmate relationship, and this is a beautiful relationship. This is the one for you. This is the right relationship. The angels are saying there is commitment coming, there is joy coming, there is celebration times coming, there is extended family coming. So either yourselves maybe having a baby or somebody very close to you having a baby, because there is an extended family here. Or it could just be that you're going to get married and obviously you will enter into an extended family. There is joy around this relationship. I'm seeing lots of nature walks, lots of healing around this relationship, lots of new passion coming in your way after this healing has happened. So you haven't got anything to worry about. You're coming into really, really good energy, Abigail.
Yes, thank you.
You've got a lot to look forward to. You really have. It's definitely two families coming together. There's closer bonds coming and there's commitment coming. So It's all coming your way, but there's definitely a new career. It's a new path opening up.
Really?
Yeah, it's a new.
Okay, thank you.
It's something new, but you've got exciting stuff coming up. The angels are telling you not to have any worries, to take them off of your shoulders. Everything's going to be better. April is a brilliant month for you. April brings in good opportunities are coming in for you in April, Abigail.
Okay, thank you. I needed that.
So I
needed to hear that.
You got a lot to look forward to. So no worries now. Let them worries go, Abigail.
Oh my gosh, I was worried badly.
Yeah, they're not necessary.
God.
You don't need the worries. You're a real warrior. You carry a lot of stuff on your shoulders, and you just don't need it. It's dragging you down. You don't need that. You've got new energy coming now, Abigail. So the worry, you can just give that to the angels. You don't need to have that on your shoulders anymore. There's nothing here to worry about. It's all nice energy coming in.
Wow.
You're very sensitive. You're very sensitive. You're a real empath, and you've got a lot of spiritual gifts. So you absorb a lot of energy from people. So make sure that you're putting that bubble of protection around your aura each day.
Okay.
Look after yourself.
Because I have
and
a
I
lot
hope
of
that
crystals
helps you.
and stones.
Yeah, carry the crystals
Ma'am?
on you. Carry the crystals on you.
Okay.
Okay, so you take care, Abigail. I hope that helps.
Yes, it did. Thank you so much, and have a great day.
You're so welcome. You have a great day too. Okay, so I am going to do the cards now for everybody who chose the numbers at the beginning of the show. So I asked everybody to choose the number 1, 2, or 3, wherever you were guided to go. And these are your special messages from the angels that you need to know. So for everybody who chose number 1, your card is the Windfall card. I like it. This is nice. A windfall of abundance coming your way. This is a windfall of opportunities and money. Of course, this always relates to money and finances. So if you have been praying and manifesting for finance increases, you are going to be getting that. That is coming your way. New energy has opened the doors for you to receive on a big level. So now it's time to get your arms wide open, ready to receive. Expect this to come because it's coming. The doors are open. So increases in finances, just feeling more abundant. You've got brilliant energy around you. Everyone who chose number 1, lovely. So an abundance of wealth coming your way, lots to look forward to, and lots of golden opportunities around you. For everyone who chose number 2, a motivation card. This is lovely as well. I like this one. So this is total transformation. This is total rebirth. So you may have felt a very low in your energy, and this is a card to tell you that you are going to be motivated. You have been rebooted on such a power level. You really, really have. You're coming back into your power, motivated, raring to go, receiving the clarity, moving forward and feeling this transformation. So where you may have felt it on a level where it's made you feel quite low, worn out, lacking all energy, get ready to rise. Everyone who chose number 2, get ready to rise. It's your time. You're going to see rapid change now. For everyone who chose the card number 3, you get the healing of the past card. This is a power card. This really, really is. So this is healing that past, moving away from the things that have held you back. The angels are swooping in straight away to say, congratulations to you. Please, please celebrate yourself. You have healed so much. So this is telling me, everyone who chose number 3, you have worked super hard on your inner work. So well done you. You are going to be, zooming into your new life because of the hard work that you've done. So I feel like you would have been quite attached to the past, maybe not trusting your path too much, but this has changed for you. So all of this energy, the Mercury retrograde has really changed that for you. The past is now in the past. Well done to you, because you've moved yourself away from that. And your power space, as we know, is always in the present. We will never be powerful if we keep revisiting the past. So well done. Please, please celebrate yourself. And you also are going to have lots to celebrate, because the angels are showing me so many champagne glasses now, all like cheersing together. So this is your time. This is your time for moving forward. So great energy around you coming up. So if you're not feeling it right now, please hang on in there, because you are going to be feeling it. So well done to you. So lovely messages for everyone from the angels this week. I hope everybody, just works on that releasing and keep the faith, because we are moving forward. We really, really are. So you can find me on Facebook at Carrie M. Bush. I have a page. I pull cards there every day. I'm putting up positive guidance there all the time, spreading the love and the light. I'm also on Instagram. I'm also on Twitter. I also have a spiritual soul group on Facebook. This is a monthly subscription group where you can just get more support and more. They're doing lives, connecting on that deeper level. So if you'd like to join that, we'd love to have you as part of our soul family. That's a spiritual soul group on Facebook. I'm also on Amazon because I'm a published author. There are children's books on there that were guided and channeled straight from the angels. And there's also journals for you that can really help. There's manifesting journal, dream journal, new moon journal, full moon journal. So there's lots of stuff, and that you can find me on Amazon at Carrie M. Bush. This show is same time every Tuesday, and I just love the angel connections. Very high vibe each week. The angels swoop in and really help. Sometimes I feel like it's not even me doing the show. It's literally the angels channeling through me. So I love it. So join me next week, and I hope everybody has the most amazing week. I am sending you all so much love and light. Have a good one, everybody.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Angel Guidance by Lisa Shore. Lisa Shore. Live from PureLoveEnergy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Angel Guidance
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. My name is Lisa. Welcome to my show, Angel Guidance by Lisa. And I welcome you here on this beautiful Tuesday afternoon in the Midwest. I am in the Kansas City area, and I am here, and I am also worldwide on the A1R network. So today I'd like to talk to you a little bit about creating the life of your dreams. And, you know, we hear a lot of people talk about that. And everyone has their opinions. Some people are skeptical. Some people think life just happens to them and things don't happen for them. And that's a very key difference. You really want to think about how life gets to work for you. And I come to you with this knowledge, with this belief system, and I was taught this belief system as a child. I was educated and schooled in the Unity Church network, and Unity Church is not your typical religious type of church. It is based on the Bible, but in Unity, everything's viewed metaphysically, meaning beyond the physical. There are worlds beyond the physical that we do not see with our eyes, but they do exist. And there are many other people that I studied as well over the years as my development grew in the spirituality path that I chose for myself. I studied Edgar Cayce. Edgar Cayce was a person known as the sleeping prophet. And Edgar Cayce would actually lay down on a sofa and connect with the other worlds and give guidance, medical insight. He would talk about past lives of people. He would talk about other times and places like ancient Egypt and India. He talked about the life of Jesus. He talked about how people lived and came back and live again. And so Edgar Cayce is a very fascinating person. You might want to look him up. There are lots of books about Edgar Cayce. Now, he said the mind is a builder. Okay, so what that means is what you think you are building in your world around you, and it comes out into the physical, and that's how it works. Okay, the mind is a builder, so your imagination is a key component to you building your new worlds. All right, there are plenty of other folks who were instrumental to creating their own reality, and I've learned from many of them. One person that I've been studying and have studied in the past, his name is Neville Goddard, Nevillegoddard. Go ahead and write that down because you want to research him. He's really fascinating. There's lots of free YouTube videos with his lectures. He was a man who lived in the mid-1900s. So the popularity of his teachings were around the 1930s, 40s, 50s, and 60s. He passed away in 1972. What's interesting about Neville Goddard is that he was not born a wealthy person. He was born on an island and ultimately moved to America. And when he speaks in his lectures, he talks about his life journey and how he used the power of his mind to get to where he was. And he has some very interesting stories about experiences he had and how, although it looked like it wasn't going to work for him, when he thought that maybe all hope was lost, he would continue to have the thought of what he wanted in the forefront of his mind, and as long as he held that thought, what he wanted came to pass. And that's the fascinating thing about Neville Goddard, is he teaches a step-by-step method to getting what you want out of life. Now, as a person who works with people all the time, I work in a healing profession. I'm a Reiki healer, so I do work with the energy side of things. Once I work with people and they feel good after the session, they want to continue to feel good. So I'm always giving them tips and tools that will help them stay in that positive kind of feeling of being whole and what they can do to help themselves. And some of the tips I give them might be derived from the teachings of Neville Goddard. And so I just want to share with you a little bit of Neville Goddard's teachings. And these are some tools you can use. And I would suggest that you write them down because they're really simple, but they're very helpful. And if you put them into practice every single day, you'll see your life start to shift and grow. So Neville Goddard, like I said, was a prosperity and manifesting teacher. And he was taught by a mysterious figure that he talks about named Abdullah. Okay, and Abdullah taught him the secrets of creation. And I'm not making this up. This really happened. Okay, so one of the techniques that Neville Goddard liked to teach people was something called I remember when. So the technique that he used for I remember when is use this technique when you move into a new state, when you want something brand new. Imagine from your wish fulfilled. So think about what you want and what it is that you wish for, okay? And I want you to remember it like it happened yesterday, all right? I remember when I had that old Toyota, for example, and now I have this new one. All right, so that's a technique. I remember when. Okay, second technique is the congratulations method. All right, a congratulation is when you do something for somebody and they say, oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. So paint a congratulatory scene from another you to you. So in other words, say, congratulations to yourself in the future. Congratulations for winning the lottery, for example. Congratulations for making an A on the test. Congratulations to yourself for buying that new car and being approved for that. Okay, so that's the congratulations technique. Okay, the next technique is the fast forward technique. All right, so we're moving forward in time to desire your wish fulfilled, to experience that. Okay, so in the morning, like when you wake up, fast forward to bedtime, all right, and experience the great day that you just had with specific details. So move through this day and think about all the good things that are happening to you. It's really like setting your intentions, and it's putting it in an affirmative statement, okay? You're visualizing it, you're feeling it, and you're allowing it to flow. All right, so that would be the fast forward technique. You can do that for fast forwarding 5 years, fast forwarding 6 months, fast forwarding 1 month or a week. Just see what you want. And then fast forward to that time and think of all the good things that happen along the way. Okay, the next thing you want to practice, and it's called the eavesdropping technique. All right, so you know when you hear someone speaking and they're talking about something that was really good that happened to them, and you think, ooh, wow, that would be cool if it happened to me. Well, try this and imagine your own self hearing the information about you. So imagine hearing or overhearing two people talking, discussing something that was wonderful that happened to you. And so they might say, well, look how amazing she looks. I can't believe she lost all that weight. Or look at her beautiful new home. Wow, she really is doing great with her business. So do you understand? You're imagining people talking about you in the most positive, wonderful way. And that will help you visualize and imagine and create what you want. Okay, here's another one. This one is called, Isn't It Wonderful? Thank You. Okay, that's a technique. So when a desire comes upon you, like you really want something like a new outfit, for example. So when you have that desire, say, isn't it wonderful? Thank you. Like you already have it. Okay. This implies that your wish has been fulfilled. So try that with anything, really. And you come upon, I don't know, it doesn't have to be even a new dress. It can be getting into the class you want, or it can be getting the job you want. It can be getting a new car. So you want to say, isn't it wonderful? Thank you, when you have that desire. Okay, next one is the golden rule. And everyone knows about the golden rule, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And so this golden rule is about visualizing yourself out here. So here you are right here, sitting here like me, and I see myself in other people. Okay, I see myself in other people because they are me pushed out. All right, that's a little confusing, I know. But if you start expecting that what you are thinking, imagining, remembering even, is parts of you pushed out, those people around you are going to reflect you, okay? So what you want to do is imagine, let's say you're dealing with people who are not very cooperative, all right? Instead of you being the same way they are, all right, start being overly cooperative with them. Start imagining them being cooperative with you. Start visualizing them being so kind and so nice and so polite to you that you can hardly believe how wonderful they are. And what that's going to do, that's going to shift your energy, and you're going to start pulling that from them. And you're going to see yourself, what you feel as working really well, as being cooperative, reflected in other people. This happens to me all the time, okay? When I'm in a circumstance and people are being crabby, or they're being not happy or negative. Now, I'm not trying to change them. I'm trying to look at myself pushed out. So I will start visualizing them being so nice to me, so wonderful, that they just want to do anything in the world for me. And you know what happens? They shift their energy and they start acting that way. So really believe it in your heart, okay? Now, the next one I want to talk to you about is how did I? That's a technique. How did I? All right? So what you want to do is when you have your wish, you want to say to yourself, how did I become so successful at believing this wish, this desire? Okay? So when you ask how, you're putting this in the past tense, this desire, like it's already happened. And so you're thinking from a finished standpoint. You're thinking from the very end. So you are not looking for how it got done. You're looking for the experience of it happening, all right? So how did I means you're going to be pulling that experience through to the very end. So you're imagining this complete experience, not just the beginning of it, not just the desire. Okay, so one more thing. The world and everything in it is created by you. In your world, it's created by you. And so what you assume is true is true. All right? I know that sounds just so simple, but that makes up your energetic field. That makes up the energy of you, and that's what you're going to attract. So you can keep refining what you assume is true. If you don't like something that's in your world, if you don't like something about yourself, like, why do I always get scared when I stop at an intersection? Well, maybe I get scared because I think someone's going to run through the light and hit me on the side of my car, all right? Some people think that. Why? Maybe because it happened to them in the past. So that's something you assume is true. Does it have to be true? No. You get to decide differently. So you start deciding that that no longer is true in your life, and you replace it with a new feeling. Your new feeling is, I always get to be safe. I always get to have things happen for me for my highest good at all times. So you're assuming something new. You're replacing what you thought in the past with something new. Okay, so I want you to just think about those things, those techniques and those tips, and think about how you can work them into your life every single day. So when you have a desire, you act as if it's already happened. You act as if you're assuming it's true, all right? Because it's about your belief. The world around you is you pushed out, okay? It's you reflected in other people. It's you reflected in your environment. And so as challenging as that is for some people to believe, I want you to understand that what I'm telling you is something that's been taught by the ancients. And this type of technique has been taught for years, for thousands of years. However, it's just recently that people started understanding the art of prosperity and manifesting again. So you get a lot of people talking about it. Not everyone knows how to do it. Look up Neville Goddard, look up Edgar Casey, and decide what gets to be true for you in your life. Okay, thanks so much. So I do have a caller, and I have Alyssa in Aiken, South Carolina. Alyssa, hi.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm okay.
Yeah?
Can you hear me?
What's going on? I can hear you, yes.
Okay, I just need to know, there's something going on between me and my husband. There's not a spark there anymore.
In your relationship?
In my marriage.
In your marriage? Okay. And so you're noticing that there's not a spark. You feel like there's something else going on?
No, we're like distancing. I don't know if there's something with me or if it's with him, if there's a problem.
Have you talked about it?
We've tried to talk about it. It just turns into an argument.
An argument. Okay, I see. So there may be some blame there, like one person thinks, like your partner thinks that you may be assigning blame.
I don't know. I'm like the one that starts the argument.
You are?
Yes.
Okay. So it's really easy to feel upset and angry when you don't have the answers, and you want to control what's happening. All right. So let me draw a couple cards and see what is going on here. Okay. Just give me 1 second. Let me take a look. Is there something going on also financially in your relationship?
I mean, everything's pretty set right now.
Repeat that, please?
I mean, everything's really set right now. Everything's going okay right now, financially.
Okay. I feel like there's... Okay, so it feels like there are some issues going on where you need to actually sit down and reach out to somebody else to almost be a mediator between you, okay? And I know some people don't care for counseling, but it's valuable to find someone who could work with both of you and be a mediator and sit in between you two, because this is what the message is, to reach out for assistance from others, okay? Now, when I say others, that doesn't mean it should be a family member, because family members can be, swayed or take a side, okay? So if there's someone that you can reach out to that would be like a counselor, either through an insurance plan or even through the church. I don't know if you attend the church, but it may be helpful to have someone sort of be the sounding board where you both can air out what's going on. Because it's so easy to get defensive if you're just with each other. And the more you focus on this not working and the spark not being there, the more it's going to be apparent. It's like connecting with, that's an emotion, okay? You feeling like it's not connected, nothing's, you don't feel the spark, you don't feel that energy of romance or of feeling like you're vibing together. The more you focus on that, the less you're going to feel that, okay? I think that if you start exhibiting extra kindness to each other, maybe you could start that. Just taking more time to be attentive in the most gracious way. Have you tried that?
Well, not really.
Okay. Do you think you could do that?
We can try, but it's hard to do anything with him because he's gone like 5 days a week. He works out of town.
Okay. So then you have that disconnect of him not being there, and that even makes it more challenging, to keep that connection. So that might be something where can you communicate like through text or over the phone when he's gone?
Yeah, we talk on the phone, FaceTime, text, all of that.
Okay. So you might want to even start. So this is what I'm feeling also, that you're worrying like almost too much. Like it's the worst case scenario worrying, like what's going to happen? How's this going to resolve itself? And this worry is growing out of proportion to what's really going on. Okay? Does it feel like for him, does he feel like he doesn't know what you're talking about? I mean, is that the response you're getting from him?
Sometimes it is.
Mm-hmm. Because in his mind, I don't feel like he's looking at it as the same way you are. And sometimes men, and I'm not trying to assign a general statement here, but sometimes men don't always see what we see as women. And as women, we're very emotional, We have a lot of emotions flowing through our energy, and we really want to be, we want to feel like we're taken care of. We want to feel like there's a heart connection all the time. Just by the nature of being a man, all right, he's going to have a much different energy. How long have you been together?
We're coming up on our 3-year marriage anniversary.
3 years?
Yes.
Okay. So this is what I feel like. The number that you're coming up on your 3rd year. This 3rd year is going to be one where you can actually start developing roots for your marriage. And so it's going to take you and him to come together and decide your goals for your marriage. All right? Your goals for your relationship and where you want to take it. Have you talked about that? Like where you want to see yourselves in a year or 2 years?
The only thing I try to tell him is we need a different house, and there's nothing wrong with our house. That's all we've been talking about lately.
Okay. All right. So there's the house part. What about something you do together? Do you do something together, like a hobby or an activity or a sport?
Not anymore, we don't.
Okay, what did you used to do?
I mean, we used to just go, our thing would be dinner every other weekend. We'd go have dinner together. We'd go see a movie. It was like a constant thing we used to do. We don't do that anymore at all.
Okay. Okay, so you could take those kinds of things and start doing them again, or you can decide, and I would ask him to have input here. I would ask him to say, to suggest something that you both could do together. Now, when you talk about, you obviously have something in common, right? Because you wouldn't be married, you wouldn't have been attracted to each other in the first place unless you did. So you want to look at what brought you together in the first place, okay? And go back to those feelings. I want you to do that. Go back to those feelings of what you had when you were first attracted to your partner, okay? And think about what those feelings are. And what need did it fulfill for you? What was it about your partner that filled that need? Okay, what about him filled you up? Do you know what that is? Okay, so when we have these relationship issues sometimes, we go through periods where we're not always riding high. Sometimes we have dips, all right? And when you have a dip in a relationship, it doesn't mean it's falling apart. It just means that it's growing, okay? And the opportunity to grow in a relationship comes when you have those dips in a relationship. So I want you to think about when you're feeling like a low ebb there, I want you to start deciding where you're going to look up to come out of that. And in a relationship, you do it together. You don't just do it by yourself, all right? So when you do it together in a relationship, that means you have to talk to each other, and you have to take the time to sit down and have a conversation and look each other in the eye with the television off and with the phone notifications turned off, and really value and honor that discussion. If you're not taking the time to do that, then you're not going to grow that relationship. It's going to become stagnant. It's going to feel like there's no spark. So Alyssa, I hope you can take this information and move forward with your relationship. I'm sure it's going to be fine. The guidance is just not blow things out of proportion. Okay. So I just want to thank everyone today for stopping by. If you'd like to reach out to me, I'm on Facebook at Pure Love Energy by Lisa Short. I'm also on Facebook at Lisa Short in Lenexa, Kansas. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for intuitive listening with Trish Rock. Live from TrishRock.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Intuitive Listening
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Intuitive Listening with Trish Rock. I hope you are all well. And the question I want to talk with you about today is, are you happy when you are on your own? You know, it seems like a simple question, but for many people, they're not. For many people, it's a struggle to be on their own, to have their own company, and to actually just be in silence on their own with no outside stimulus of TV or radio or music or, you know, other people around. So what is it for you? Are you able just to sit in silence on your own, either with your eyes closed or really just looking around at the beauty around you and just soaking that in? The reason I ask is because it's really important to have that time on your own, because when you can really feel comfortable with you and with who you are and your essence and not needing the distractions, two things that happen, and this is obviously why some people don't like doing it. The first thing that happens is that you really tune into who you are, and that allows you, that relationship with yourself allows you to have better relationships then with others. Because when you know yourself and you're not trying to prove yourself and you're not trying to get validation and you're not trying to, get love and appreciation and joy from outside of yourself, then it is better with relationships. When you also do this, the other thing that comes up often is fear. And the fear will come up because when you are alone and you are just with yourself, your mind starts bringing stuff up because you're not being distracted. And a lot of times those things that come up are, old beliefs and old fears and old things of unworthiness and not deserving. And if you're not ready or in the frame of mind to look at those things, then they can be very scary when they come up, and many of us go running straight back to the distractions of life and, noise and people, and get out of that quietness because they don't want to look at that. But the way forward and the way for growth and the way of expansion is to look at those things, even if they're just one by one, little bit by little bit, and look at those things and really be comfortable in yourself and with yourself, because that is what expansion is and that's what growth is. And if you're feeling a little bit out of alignment right now, it will possibly be your inner self wanting to expand, but your outer self is saying, no, I don't want to move through that stuff. So if you're in that kind of energy, then it would be wise to perhaps just take a moment once a day and just breathe into, even with your eyes closed, just breathe into who you are. What is it about you that you really like and love? And what is it around you in your external that you can really appreciate? Just starting there will really help. Now, I've pulled a couple of cards for us today, and it's interesting. I've got 2 tarot cards and I've got 2 cards from my Moon Oracle deck, and they kind of match up. So I'm going to actually put them together. So we've got the Hierophant and power. Now, the Hierophant is typically a card of power, but power from other people, power from outside of yourself, you being controlled, feeling trapped. There's also another meaning for this card is, that you do actually have the wisdom within you. But in this instance, I feel it's about this power and you taking back your power. You taking back your power and not having to be under the spell or under the control of anyone else around you or any fears even. Take your power back. We've got a beautiful full moon now. We're right here in full moon in Virgo. And, that really is about taking action, taking those practical steps, take your power back. And that doesn't mean that you have to then be controlling of everyone else. This is more about you as an individual, right? I'm going to take my next step based on how I feel, not on what other people tell me I should be doing. That's taking your power back. And now the other two cards we've got here are Nourishment and the Knight of Cups. Now, the Knight of Cups is typically about extreme emotions. And the extreme emotions could come up for you when you are taking back your power, because all of that fear will come up. And who am I to, move forward and do what I want to do? Who am I to shine my light? Who am I to ignore the rules of what other people are telling me I should be doing and follow my heart about what I want to do? So it's easy to get over emotional about it. But if you can really take that time to be still and really nourish yourself, the emotions will settle down. The other meaning of the Knight of Cups is, really that it's kind of like puppy love as well. It's like if you've, found your soulmate and you just want to text each other every 10 minutes, right? You could find that beautiful puppy love with yourself. And this also is the beginnings of a new relationship with you. Nourish you. Ask yourself what you want and how do you want to feel. Take back your power and take those few moments every day that are just on your own. No distraction, no music, no talking, no TV, no radio, no people. Just you and your own company, and see how that sits with you. If it is uncomfortable, just do it for a few minutes. And then as you get more comfortable, you'll be able to increase the time and feel more comfortable as you go along. Don't force yourself to sit there in silence for, half an hour if you're hating it, because you're just going to sit there and I hate this, right? Just do as long as you are comfortable with. And, you might even like to just go and find somewhere to sit without the distractions of anything around your house. Perhaps go and find a nice park to sit in. You could even just sit in your car for a few minutes when you get to work and just close your eyes and just sit there in the silence. It truly will make a difference to you in bringing yourself together with yourself and creating that new relationship within you. Now, if you would like some help on this, I offer a couple of services. I really just like to work with people to get clarity and to really move you forward. So a reading with me will really give you that clarity of movement forward, of if you're feeling blocked, if you're feeling like you are stuck in the control of other people and you don't know how to step outside of that. I can certainly give you some practical tools and some advice from myself and from Spirit to move past that so that you can start truly feeling
joyful and filled with life. So you can book one of those sessions either over on my Facebook page at Trish Rock Transformation, or you can go to my website at trishrock.com. And I believe my website is here on the screen for you to look it up. And just go to the homepage and the drop-down list for psychic readings. But you can easily book over on my Facebook page at Trish Rock Transformation. Now, the other thing that I offer is mentoring, and I have a 6-month program. Now, the reason I have a 6-month program is that for someone who really wants to transform every area of their life, you need more than one session. Transforming an area in your life is changing a story. And if you've got a story about your life that has been going for quite some time, you need time to unravel that story and change it. Now, I have to say that some stories are easy. I've transformed 4 or 5 areas of my life now. 2 of them were a bit stubborn and took me quite a few months. A couple of them were really easy and took me a week. So when you come and work with me in this mentoring program for 6 months, you can you can overcome and transform as many stories in your life as you like. So if there's something about finances, we can overcome that. If there's something about relationships, we can transform that. If there's something about your health, we can transform that. And over that 6-month period, you get weekly support from me, and it really is like a friend holding your hand, leading you to your dream destination, and it changes lives. So if you're interested in that, you can also book in a free transformational call with me, and you can do that in the same area. You can go to Trish Rock Transformation, and you can book that call with me. Or you can go straight to my website and you can book the call from there. And I would love to speak with you and see if this program is for you, and see if we're a match, and to see if we can work together, because I would love to see you live your dreams. All right, we've got our first caller. It's Kenyetta. Kenyetta, good morning. How are you?
I'm fine.
Oh, that's great, Kenyetta. Actually, it's afternoon there for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. How can I help you today, Kenyetta?
I was trying to see if you can give me a reading on my love life. If I'm ever going to meet someone that is good for me.
Okay, perfect. So it's really interesting. Have you been listening to the beginning of the call?
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. So firstly, I would recommend all of those things that we've just been talking about, taking some time on your own and really getting comfortable with who you are and what makes you feel good. Because the person that you want to attract into your life needs to be a match to that, right? And so if you're unclear about how you want to feel in a relationship, then the universe is kind of unclear as to who to line up for you. However, I have to say that I get the sense that this person is actually quite close, and he's actually sorting out, how he wants to feel in a relationship too. It's interesting. We always meet someone exactly where we are. So let me pull a couple of cards for you, though, Kenyetta.
Okay.
Let's see what we've got. All right. So I've got the 8 of Wands, and this is typically about news coming in, but it's in reverse. So I feel it's coming in a little bit slower than you were hoping. However,
this is actually going to give you time to really ask yourself, you know, who do I want in my life and how do I want to feel? One of the really good practical tools that I give my clients is if you can project into, like, say, a month or 6 months or a year down the track and you're already in this relationship, how do you feel from the moment you wake up? And it's not, oh, he's tall or he, you know, does this. It's coming from your feelings. I feel so special that he brings me a cup of tea before I wake up. I feel so nurtured that he leaves me beautiful love notes around the house. I feel so supported when he hears what I say. It's those type of feelings that if you can write them down during the, you know, how this day would feel, that really will bring him closer to you faster. Oops, I just dropped my card. Oh. The other thing here is, this is interesting. So I've got the card here, surrender. And, you know, Kenyetta, I think you're probably the same as me. When someone says to you, someone will come into your life when you forget about it. It's so frustrating because it's like, I don't want to forget about it. I just want him here, right?
Yeah.
It's so frustrating, but it's absolutely true. And as soon as you can just surrender and just go, okay, I'm going to really enjoy my own company now and surrender, he will show up. And the difficult part about that is that because you also know that, the other half of your mind is saying, oh, great, I wonder if it's today. I wonder if he'll come today, right? So, yeah, I'm just going to pull one more just to get some timing on this. Look, I'm hearing May. I'm hearing May. So I just feel someone will come into your awareness in May. It might not be someone you notice immediately, but it could be a new person that is just kind of around or in your friendship circles or at work. There'll be someone new there that doesn't quite catch your eye immediately, but I think this person's coming in May. So that will actually just give you, oh, look at this, 6 of Cups. That's soulmate. So I do feel it's May. But in the meantime, you've got, what are we, March now? You've got another month or so to really just get quiet with yourself. Really ask yourself, what do I want to feel when I'm in the next relationship? How delicious will it feel? And start tuning into those feelings. But I'm sensing May, and now we've got the soulmate card. I feel that someone significant is definitely coming in May, Kenyetta. But if you're kind of just waiting out and looking till then, you may not notice. You kind of need to be relaxed and just getting about with your daily kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Are you working, Kenyetta?
Not at the moment. I'm about to start school soon.
Oh, you're at school?
I'm about to start this month in a couple of days.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, that might be where this person shows up then, because if you're starting school soon, what are you studying?
Like nursing.
Okay.
Like a nursing.
So this might be where this person will show up if you're going to be in a new area, in a new environment. But as I said, I don't think he'll catch your eye straight up. But there's definitely a soulmate connection there, so you two will connect, even if you're not trying, right?
Okay.
So yeah, I feel it's very close. Just want to. There's just something else here I want to. Oh, my cards are flying out everywhere. Okay. Okay, I feel that he will be a water sign. And so a water sign is Scorpio, Cancer, or Pisces. And that he will be quite settled and feeling quite secure and stable and grounded. So I feel he'll be very loyal and very emotionally stable and open. So it'll be one of those nice relationships that, that we're all kind of striving for, I guess, that we all want is, somebody to be emotionally open and really meet us where we are and be easy to talk with, easy to talk about feelings with, and also be someone there who's got your back.
Right.
I don't feel you've had that before, Kenyatta. I don't feel you've had someone who's had your back before.
No.
No. So to really attract that in, you have to have your own back as well. So take the opportunity over the next few weeks to really take some time, some quiet time for yourself, and really tune into feeling already like he's sitting next to you with his arm around you, or, that he's really supporting you. And take some time there to really ask yourself, if the relationship already was, how would you be feeling? And that will really help, especially when he comes in. Okay?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Oh, it was so lovely to talk with you, Kenyatta, and good luck with school. And I'm excited for you about meeting this person in May.
Okay, I'm excited too.
Oh, perfect. You'll have to let me know how you go.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you. Enjoy your night. All right. So a message there for all of us, really, right? The relationships that we want on the outside really are a reflection of what the relationship is for us on the inside. And so this week, especially, just try to, if you can, get into the habit of taking that time out for yourself and tuning into how do you feel and what do you think your next step is, or what do you think your dream life feels like, or if you don't like the reality that you are currently in, what would the reality be that would make you feel good, right? A lot of us just say, okay, I just want my life to change, but then don't actually look at, well, how do I want to feel? We're just, and I was like this too, we're just constantly saying, well, I don't want to feel this, and I don't want to feel this, and I don't want this, and I don't want that. But we need to also state and write down what it is we do want. And I would really encourage you to do that this week. It will make a world of difference. And it will give you some clarity moving forward. It also gives the universe some clarity as to what circumstances, what opportunities, and what people you need to bring in to help you feel those feelings. Okay? So do that exercise this week and spend some time on your own. And enjoy your own company. And if you can't do it for very long, start with small amounts. And as I said, if you need help with this and if you need some clarity moving forward, I would love to help you. You can either book in a reading with me. It's a 1 hour or sometimes a little bit longer session where I do a psychic reading and I also tune in and find some solutions for you. And you can also book in a free 20-minute transformational call to talk about the mentoring program that I have and see if that is a fit for you and to see how we can work together to really transform every area of your life. So you can go to my website at trishrock.com. It's up here on the screen. And you can book in a free reading, or you can go to hover over the home where it says home, and you'll get the drop-down list with the psychic readings. The easiest way is to go and like my page at Facebook at Trish Rock Transformation, and all of the bookings are there for you, and I'd love you to be part of the community on the page. All right, that's it for me again this week. Thank you so much for tuning in to Intuitive Listening with Trish Rock, and I hope that the messages here today have resonated and you can find a way to really move forward and feel better about your life. Have an amazing week ahead. See you next week.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
to A1R Psychic Radio. You're here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall, Psychic, all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope you're having an absolutely fantastic week wherever you are in this planet of ours. Yes, the USA has gone into daylight savings, so we've got a little bit of a different time change now around the world for the next 6 months. And isn't that exciting? It's always good to have some change. So let's kick the show off very quickly now with the Secrets of Tarot card of the week, which is the Wheel of Fortune. The Wheel of Fortune usually means elevation in money. Wouldn't that be nice? We can all sort of be rubbing our hands with glee with a little bit of extra money coming in. It can be an overseas trip or a completion phase. Now, I'm sure with the coronavirus, not too many people are planning an overseas trip at the moment, but let's look at it as an overseas connection, that we're all joined together around the globe by this pandemic that's taking the world at the moment by, at a very fast rate of knots. And let's hope for a very quick completion to this, that they get some answers, that they contain the virus, whether it be through isolation and shutting down communities. If that's the way that we get on top of this pandemic quicker, well, then bring it on, I say, because I think we all need to be looking to really play our part in this global sort of illness that's gripping the world, that we all need to be much, much more conscious of what's sort of actually happening in our own world. Now, I want to move quickly on to where the planets are this week, and I'm going to go very quickly with the candles this week because it is the full moon. We've got the full moon in Virgo, so yes, I'll be burning my full moon candle. Yes, I'll also be burning my my Virgo candle because it's the full moon in Virgo. And the reasons why I do that is I burn the two on whatever placement the moon actually happens to be in. So the full moon is from the 10th to the 12th of March, or March 10 to 12. So we're already starting to feel the effects of the full moon around the world. I like to work on a 7-day cycle. I work on 2 days on the approach, 3 days of the full moon, and then 2 days on the decline. So for those of you that might not want to work with a large candle, you can get a gift box. This week I've made it up with the full moon, the Virgo candle, and the healing candle. Now, the reasons why I've still left the healing candle in there is because of the coronavirus. I think we all need to be looking very, very consciously, collectively as a globe, trying to heal the world at the moment. Now, the reasons why I wanted to rush through that is because we have a lot to talk about astrologically this week, and I feel that this is probably a little bit more important than me raving on about candles. Now, number one, the full moon in Virgo. The full moon means it's a time when we can set our intentions, where we release things. We release things from the past or things that we no longer need in our lives. So I believe if we collectively around the world all try and focus on releasing this coronavirus and releasing it out into the universe, that we've all learnt our lessons in whatever way they are that's connected with this pandemic. If we can release it now, particularly that the full moon is in Virgo. Now, the reasons why I'm saying now more than ever is when we have a full moon in Virgo, this is the ideal time for physical health. This is the time when we can get to the bottom of emotional issues, where we can get to the bottom of physical health issues as well. So I believe if we collectively as a globe all focus our energies on trying to get to the bottom of this pandemic, and that may just be by all of us being a little bit more aware of how we're feeling physically. If we have a sniffle or we have a slight headache or we genuinely don't feel right, then stay home. For goodness sake, don't go shopping, don't go to work, don't do anything. Give yourself the isolation of staying home. It may be probably 9 times out of 10 absolutely nothing. But if you do that, you're not only looking after yourself, you're looking after everyone else as well. And the fact, if it is absolutely nothing, your immune system has the opportunity to bounce back a lot quicker than if you actually step out and you pick up another germ, because you are already a little bit more susceptible to something if you're not feeling right. If you've got a little bit of a sniffle or a headache, or you're feeling a bit tired or just feeling a little bit down in some way, then my suggested course of action would be to stay home. Now, we need to look astrologically at where the planets are sitting at the moment. Now, we've just spoken about the full moon in Virgo, and that's a very important time of the year. We also have the sun sitting in Pisces. Now, the sun is still sitting in Pisces, holding hands or conjunct the planet Neptune. So this is where we get things sort of coming out of the fog a little bit. We've got sort of a lot of theories and conspiracy theories and a lot of people having an opinion on what's happening. Why have we got this virus? Why is it airborne? It's traveling across the countries. It's traveling across the water. It's coming on aeroplanes. It's just, somebody sneezes and, we can all pick up the bug. And I don't want to sound like I'm scaremongering. That's the last thing I want to do. What I'm trying to do is help everybody sort of calm down a little bit and look at this in a more realistic way if we possibly can. Now, the fact that we have the sun in Pisces at the moment means that we're all a little bit emotional, but it's also indicating that this is an ending cycle, because Pisces is the final sign of the zodiac for the end of the astrological year and will soon be moving into the sign of Aries. So to me, it sort of indicates, while we've got Neptune here and Neptune's coming out of the fog, and Neptune's going to start to share with us some answers or some different ways of approaching this, with the intention of the Pisces energy, of it being a little bit watery, of it being a little bit more sort of deeper, psychological sort of ways of approaching this, not just approaching it from a practical, pragmatic sort of medical way. Maybe we need to be sort of delving underneath the surface too and having a look at where maybe emotionally, where is all these, what seems to be out of control emotions coming from, where people are going into panic buying and things like this, and then there's other people that seem to be walking around as if nothing's happened and have no concept of really what's going on, that they're living in la la land. I don't know that there's necessarily a right or a wrong way to handle this. I think each individual person on the planet will handle it in their own way. But the other big news that's coming out of this pandemic, and it's another area that I want to focus on the show this week, is the world heading for a recession? Now, it's one of those words that we sort of almost call it a swear word. We don't ever want to think of the world slowing down or the world going into recession or money markets crashing and what happens to our money and what happens to our savings in the bank and what if banks go broke, and all these sort of things again come into this panic situation where people sort of tend to think of recession and they think of the word depression that happened in the 1920s, and they start to sort of panic, particularly when we've got a pandemic at the same time. People sort of tend to start to think the worst. Now, look, I'm not certainly saying that I think we're heading towards a depression. I don't mean that for 1 second. But when I looked at the charts yesterday, and it sort of suddenly dawned on me with the word recession, and it's a word that I don't tend to sort of focus on because I'm such a supreme optimist. I don't tend to take too much notice of what they sort of talk about the money markets are doing. Yes, I keep an eye on it, but I sort of think, oh yes, well, that's just them doing what they do. But it dawned on me yesterday, with so many planets sitting in the planet of Capricorn, in the energy of Capricorn, it means that we are looking at big business. We are looking at governments. We are looking at not just our own personal finances. We're looking at finances on a global front. Now, when you look at things like that, and you look at, we've got Mars, the planet of action, is asking us all to do something constructive in our lives at the moment, is to get up off the couch and do something, take some responsibility. We have Jupiter, the planet of opportunity and expansion, sort of saying, okay, let's not exaggerate this. Let's sort of look at it for what it is. And again, maybe on a global front, we can all pull together as a world, not just as an individual. We've had Pluto, the planet of transformation, in there well before the global financial crisis, and Pluto is nearing the end of his reign in Capricorn. He's only got another less than 2 years to go. But we also have the planet Saturn, which is the planet of discipline and the taskmaster. Now, Saturn's on its last 2 degrees of being in Saturn. So Saturn's already waved his big stick. He's already handed out the lessons that he was going to hand out to us. Now, it's interesting when I also looked at, which is not a planet, but it is a luminary, is known as one of the moon's nodes. Now, the south node is always looking at trying to find the easy way out in a situation. Now, the actual south node is heading up this train of planets in Capricorn. So we have the south node almost holding hands or conjunct Mars. Now, that sort of really jumped out at me as governments trying to find the easy way out, or the way of softening what could very well be a recession, what could be seen as something that could trigger a some crosswords or people going to fight over things or slashing prices or doing things to keep their market share, their market dominance. And we've seen that overnight with them slashing the price of the crude oil around the world. So that's the first sign of things like that. So I do feel that, look, there's a very, very strong chance the world will go into recession. If that does happen, it will be more because we as a globe need to look at the way that we handle the next 28 years of our lives, the next 28 to 30 years, not on a personal level, but on a nation level. We need to sort of find new ways of doing business with the ways that we've been conducting business for the last 28 to 30 years, which is a Saturn cycle. Obviously now are obsolete, are old hat, are out of date. So we as global nations need to find new ways of doing business. Now here in Australia, we found in the last couple of weeks that we now no longer manufacture motor vehicles. We now are reliant to bring them in from other countries around the world, which was a very sad day where a lot of people stood up and said, oh, gee, I didn't realise that. We've got no manufacturing left. Oh, isn't that a shame? And I think there's lots of countries around the world that are starting to turn around and say, okay, is this a wake-up call, the fact that we've got this virus, that we've all become so dependent on a few supply chains around the world? Maybe now as nations we need to go back and revisit and becoming more self-sufficient in our own economies. Now, I don't believe that that's necessarily such a bad thing. I've always been the type of person that's never considered you should put all your eggs in one basket. I've always believed you should have a plan A to Z, never mind just only having one plan. And I think what we did as different nations around the world, we started looking at ways that we could make more money. And if that meant by sending things offshore and manufacturing or buying goods from other countries or other nations, that's what we did. Instead of considering what would happen if all of a sudden that supply chain was no longer there. We didn't think that far. We sort of just never looked at it in that way. So maybe, just maybe, if the world does go into a recession, maybe it's the lesson that we all needed to have, and maybe it's a blessing in disguise. So I'm trying to put a positive slant on why we've got this coronavirus pandemic around the world and why the world looks like it's slipping into recession, that it's astrologically something was going to happen, and this is the most logical thing for it to be. It is connected with finances, it is connected with big business and the way that we conduct ourselves as governments in countries around the world. So to me, it's the perfect situation that's showing us that we need to look at things differently. Now, the other thing I'd like to quickly talk about before we take our first caller is the planet Chiron. Now, Chiron is a planet that we very rarely ever talk about because it's the planet that's called the wounded healer. And I looked at where Chiron was this morning in the chart before we came to air, and Chiron's actually about 4 degrees in Aries. Now, what that means in layman's terms is maybe the wounded healer in each and every one of us is asking us to heal ourselves. Because it's in the sign of Aries, it's asking us to be me first, put ourselves first, focus on ourselves. So I think it's also asking us to take responsibility for our own personal hygiene, our own health, and to really be very focused and quite selfish and say, hang on a minute, I don't feel well, I'm going to stay home. We're not going to be so focused on money or whether or not we're letting someone else down. We're going to put ourselves first, and by doing that, I feel then we're putting everybody else in the same bracket. We're looking after self first, and then I can help you. So I think that that's a very important message as well. And just before we wrap up the trip around the universe, I do need to talk about again that we've got Uranus still sitting in Taurus, and Uranus is holding hands or conjunct Venus. Now, on a positive upswing for those people that might be looking for romance, and it mightn't be the perfect time to go night clubbing or going out looking for romance, but there will be some loving relationships that will form at the moment. It can also be that we're looking at the things that we love or the things that we value in a completely different light, where maybe we were so obsessed with making money and going on holidays and buying a bigger car or a bigger house or a bigger boat or whatever. We're starting to look at the things that are the most important to us as our loved ones and our own health and our own well-being, and sort of just being happy with where we are with our lot, and sort of saying, well, hang on a minute, money isn't that important. My health is the health of my loved ones and my family and my friends is more important to me than any dollars in the bank. So that's where we're going to leave the astrological report this week. I do apologise that it was so long, but I do feel that there was so much in there that I needed to cover to give everybody a little bit of insight at what's happening. So we're now going to talk to Rachel in Parkersburg in West Virginia, USA. Are you there, Rachel?
Yes, I'm here.
You have a question for me that I can work with, please, Rachel?
Actually, I was just wanting to know if things are going to be getting better for me, because I had something happen to me on Wednesday, which turned my whole world around.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Rachel, but sometimes when we have these events that sort of come out of nowhere, or so it seems, it really is because we were on the wrong path. You know, sometimes, particularly with the planet Uranus working in each and every person's individual chart, it just sort of shows us that we need to sort of have a correction really quickly. What they're showing me was considered what I would term as a massive ending or a massive change in your life. It might not have necessarily been the easiest of situations to deal with, but I do feel that you are coming out the other side now. And what they're showing me is a freshness, that you will have an opportunity to reboot your life, I feel, in a much stronger way, where you're going to be much more in control than what you were before this event happened. It was almost like you were losing your grip. So even though it might have been difficult and it sort of knocked you back a little bit, I'm going to say in the next couple of months out of this, you will see something positive. You will see, like the green shoots growing after the winter, that things are starting to sprout again and your life is going to start to take off. I actually feel quite excited. It was sort of like you had to have this sudden thump to be able to come out the other side and everything to become fresh and new and exciting and very, very different, with a new wisdom is going to come to you too, Rachel. It's sort of almost like there isn't much now that could really stop you, I think. You know, you're always going to be sort of able to move forward now. So I hope that's helped you, sweetie.
What?
I said I hope that's helped you with that information.
Could you say that again? I'm sorry.
I said I hope that's helped you with the information I've shared with you, Rachel, the reading.
Yeah. I mean, what happened was my house got broken into and something that was very precious to me got taken.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Look, I get a strong feeling that that precious item that was taken is going to be returned. I don't think it's going to be next week. I do feel that there's a little bit of time there, but I do feel that it will be returned to you, Rachel. So just keep positive and know that it will be returned, sweetheart. That's where we're going to leave, Rachel. We're going to go to Rosemary in Denver in Colorado, USA. Are you there, Rosemary?
Yes, I'm here.
You have a question I can work with, sweetie?
Excuse me?
Do you have a question I can help you with?
Yes. Maybe a message from my husband.
So your husband's passed over, is he, sweetie?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Look, I'm sorry to hear that your husband's passed over. They don't always just come through just because we want them to, Rosemary. Do you have an area of your life you'd like me to look at? And then hopefully he might chime in with a message for us.
Finances.
Finances, okay. Let's have a look at your finances for you. It's really interesting, Rosemary, because what they're showing me is even though it feels extremely difficult and finances really feel stretched to the limit at the moment, you're learning so much about how to sort of reorganise your life. Look, I'm not trying to minimise the fact that, you know, when you lose somebody, and particularly a husband, it literally is like, you know, half of you's gone away with them. And it takes time, I feel, before you get back to sort of finding what's the new normal. And it's an exclusive club, widowhood. I mean, I was part of that club and I would never wish that on anybody, so I can speak firsthand. But what he's sort of showing me is that you're much stronger than what you realise. I mean, I know he's there with you all the time, and he keeps showing me that he wants you to sort of dry your tears, but he's also sharing with me there's question marks. Now, are those question marks concerning in how he passed away, or are they question marks about life in general of what to do next?
Both.
Both. Okay, sweetie. Because he showed me two separate question marks and they weren't sitting together, and that's why I thought they may relate to two separate situations. What he's saying to me is by August you'll have the answers to both. Now, he wants you to just sort of try and be strong, try and focus on what you need to know and where you need to be sort of putting one foot in front of the other, but he is guaranteeing me that finances will get easier. And it's not so much that there's more money coming in, it's just that you're starting to take more control of it and you're not adding to the spending or adding to the money that's on an outgoing basis, that you're starting to take, you're getting in the driver's seat with this. So this is why it seems like it's getting easier. He's really, really proud of you. So has it been a recent passing, has it, Rosemary, in the last 12 months, has it? It feels very fresh.
It'll be 2 years in May.
Yeah, darling, but even though it's 2 years in May, it does, you know, there is no bus timetable for how long it takes us to, you know, to find a place to put our grief. I don't think we ever get over it. We just find a place to put it on a shelf where it's not quite as painful as it was yesterday and the week before and the week before. Look, I know you're doing remarkably well, and I think that's the thing that you've got to remind yourself, that you are doing well. That, you know, it's been a tough road.
I lost my whole life.
And it was something that was very unexpected. And I just sort of feel this year will be a turning point for you, particularly by August, where things start to sort of become clearer, I suppose. It's like you suddenly get answers. The answers have probably always been there, but maybe it's you're ready to accept them then, or you're ready to embrace them then, and it feels like things are going to become a hell of a lot easier for you. But I do know one day you're going to get up, Rosemary, and the sky will be blue again and the sun will be shining, and you really will feel that you can take the reins to your life again with a positive, happy heart. And that's not where you're at the moment. You're still feeling as if, you know, you need to sort of be where you are and allow yourself to grieve. And that's very important too. We need to honour that process, because it is part of the healing process of being able to take the reins back to your life, is allowing yourself to grieve, my love.
I just don't know what I'm supposed to be. I don't know what kind of job I'm supposed to have. I don't know. I lost my whole life and I just am stuck in this grief and I just miss him so much.
Oh, of course you do, darling. Of course you miss him so very much. Can I suggest to you that you get your hands on a book called On Death and Dying by Dr. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross? That will help you with your stages of grief. There are too many of them for me to go into in this short time we've got on the show now. But I think what we need to do is just try and take one step at a time. And, okay, you don't know what sort of job you're supposed to be doing. Well, let's not try and go back to do something that's going to be very taxing. Let's try and get you into some sort of job that'll give you some income, but also makes you sort of feel that it's something that you can cope with. And I think when we have, you know, our whole life stands still after we lose a husband, we do literally feel like somebody just took our life and threw it out the window and we don't know where to start. So I think if we make the next project is getting you a job, even if it's not the world's greatest job, but it's getting you back out amongst the people, giving you a little bit of income, that will be the first step into the road to recovery of you starting to heal and starting to be able to sort of come through the other side of your grief. But, darling, know your husband's with you every single solitary day, and he is so very proud of you and he loves you so very, very much. He keeps showing me the most beautiful, ginormous pink heart, and it's sort of like that's what he wants to share with you is his love. Anyway, Rosemary, that's where we've got to leave it. We've come to the end of the show, unfortunately, sweetheart. So I just know he's with you, darling. Please. Okay, so on next week's show, we'll have another trip around the universe. We'll do our secret tarot card of the week. But I just want everybody to really remain focused on making sure that you look after yourself, stay home if you don't feel well, and don't panic. I think that's the most important thing. And make sure that your finances are in good working order if you possibly can. Cut down your spending, sort of just batten down the hatches a little bit. Be prepared for, in case the world goes into recession, that you're recession-proofing your own personal life with your own personal finances. But having said that, I think it's a time that we really do need to appreciate the people that are in our lives and know that our loved ones and our friends are the most important thing in our lives, and that will create our wealth, love, and our destiny. Until next week, bye for now.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Modern Day Medium with the Modern Day Medium. Modern Day Medium. Live from the moderndayMedium.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is the Modern Day Medium
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Modern Day Medium. I am the Modern Day Medium and my name is Michelle. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with you this evening. Tuesdays are always really, really busy for me. I've been seeing clients and I've just literally finished teaching my psychic mediumship circle, which I really enjoy. We've had a great night tonight. We've had some newbies come in. And it's amazing, just getting into that space, belief, trust, faith, beautiful meditation. And they were all giving readings. They just couldn't believe it. So it was lovely. There were about 10 of us this evening. So it was just a beautiful, beautiful night. And just proving that indeed life is everlasting, and that our souls continue on and on and on. And that knowing that spirit are always around us, here to connect, here to guide, here to give love, and here just to help. All we have to do is just ask the questions. The only thing with spirit timing is when you can give readings, sometimes their timing and our timing are two pretty different things. So if I give a reading and I say, yep, see this coming, it's coming, it's coming, they like to count out days, or it could be months. And sometimes it just comes in a little bit later, but that's just how it is with the spirit world and our world, working at slightly different paces and speeds. So tonight I was just teaching about how mediumship works, actually, how the beta and the alpha brain, there's two different brain waves, how having to slow down the brain, going from beta to alpha and slowing that brain down so that you can bring in mediumship, bring in spirit, listen to what's being told to you, and just making space in your brain. It's a bit like when you're washing up, really, or you've been driving somewhere and you've had no idea how you've got there. It's going into that slight daydreamy, lower energy brain waves, lower energy thinking, just slowing it all down a bit. And it's great for us all to do that, but to meditate, to just slow our minds down, slow our brains down, and we will get things coming in. We will get answers. I say this all the time, but it's really true. We do. We have all the answers that we need. It's just a question of digging and finding them and listening to ourselves and to spirit and to the help that they're giving us, which they do. They really are all around us. So it's been a great night. So ready to get them all to slow those brainwaves down and go into that mediumistic state, where a medium splits her brain into two places, where she's in the beta and the alpha, or he's in the beta and the alpha, and you're having a conversation with the person you're reading for, but you're also having a conversation on a lower wave, a slightly slower wave with spirit, and that's how it works. That's how you bring them in. Obviously, there's also trust, and etc., etc. So it's been wonderful. So we are here, nearly February the 14th, the month of love. And some of us don't all have somebody, not everybody has somebody in their lives. There's loss, there's been breakups, and some people are just on their own. So just don't forget to love you, We don't have to be showered in roses and dinners, etc., etc. Just remember to be kind to you for the day, do something that you enjoy doing, whether it be making yourself a beautiful dinner, lighting a candle, having a beautiful bath, catching up with an old friend, ringing somebody you haven't spoken to for a while, but do something that's loving for you, that makes you feel good, that lifts your heart and puts you in that nice heart space. It just makes you feel there's people around, someone loves you, someone's there for you. And if not, then do the opposite and go out and give love to somebody who you might know needs some help, who could do with a dinner cooked for them, a coat that you don't wear anymore, whatever it might be. But to be in that heart space and to be in that love space is to give and to receive. So to be able to go out and do something lovely for somebody would be so appreciated. I feel sure of that. Or if you know somebody who's on their own, somebody who is going through a hard time, who is in grief, who is feeling a bit lonely, whose son and daughter who's gone away, or whatever it might be, spare a thought for these people that are on their own, and just offer them some love, offer them some dinner, offer them a phone call, offer them a chat. Sometimes that goes a long, long, long way. It really, really does. And we are all work on this heart vibration. It's how the universal law of our souls work. It's how we work. We're all connected. All of us are connected. Universal energy, and that is how it works. So it's lovely. So bear that in mind on Valentine's Day, or even do a rose petal bath for yourself if you need to, if you have a bath, of course, and just enjoy that love energy for the day, for yourself, for nature. and for whoever it is that may be around you. It's absolutely lovely. So hopefully you'll take those words. It would be, it's just nice. It's just nice. It's just nice to give. It's just nice to be able to offer something to somebody. It makes us feel good as well. It makes us feel good as well. So it's a good thing to do. I think I've got somebody that has coming in now. Shelbeline, are you there, my darling? Good evening.
Yes,
How are you here all the way over here in England?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, honey. I'm good. How can I help you this evening, my love?
I would like, I guess, to understand more if my fiance is actually out cheating.
If he's what? Sorry?
What's that?
What did you say? If he's doing what, my darling? Cheating.
If he's cheating.
Cheating on you, honey. Okay, right. Let's see where we're going here. Right. The first thing I get when I come into you, my love, is it's a little bit more complicated. The first answer I get is no, he's not cheating on you. That's the first thing that was shouted very, very loudly at me coming down from spirit here. No, he's not cheating, but I feel the relationship is fractured, not because you're asking if there's cheating going on, but I feel that there is quite a brick wall. There's quite a distance between the two of you at the moment that needs repairing, that needs healing, that needs talking, that needs communicating. I actually feel your fiance is a little bit lost at the moment as well, my love. I feel he's lost his way. I feel he's feeling undirectional. I feel that he's shut down a bit. He's just not communicating. He's not talking. I feel very much that you're reaching out for him, but there's not a great deal coming back. Does this make sense to you?
That's very true. That's very accurate. Yes, that's exactly what's going on.
Yeah, but I don't believe it's cheating. It just feels that he's lost. And I also feel that there's been a lot of pain in this gentleman's life. And it just seems to keep reoccurring for him. And it seems he just goes off into this place where he just needs, I want to call it like a man cave, but it's not a man cave. It's not at home. But I feel he's just going off and getting time and space to allow himself to breathe and to let go and to be where he is. I'm being told he loves you, okay, very clearly, my darling. But it's patience. I feel that there's a little bit of time and patience that needs to come in here between the two of you. I feel with you, darling, with all love in the world, and God bless you, my darling, that I just want you to just step back a little bit, sweetheart. Just to step back a little bit. Take your time, okay, and allow him to have this little bit of space, if that makes sense to you, please, my darling.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Can you understand as well that you've got quite a lot on your shoulders at the moment as well with family? I just feel you've got a lot going on at the moment, my love. I feel like you're a carer, my love. Can you understand this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, caring for whether it's mother or someone ill that's around you. But I'm just feeling, is your grandmother in the world of spirit, my love?
Yeah, my grandma's still alive. My dad passed away, though.
Okay, fine. It's not dad I've got, and I'm sorry for that. I know it's probably who you'd like to hear from. I've got grandmother coming through, and it feels very, very much that you cared for her, you looked after her. She wants to thank you. She's saying she's grateful to you, and she sends you abundance of love. She's saying have trust and keep be true to yourself and speak your truth, my darling. All right, there's a huge amount of love coming in for you. And if you wanted a more in-depth reading, you can get hold of me on The Modern Day Medium on Facebook or on my website. Okay, my darling?
Okay, my dear.
You're welcome. Lots of love to you, and you take great care of yourself, okay? Enjoy Valentine's Day.
Okay, thank you. You too, honey.
Bless you. Bless you. Good night. Right, I think I've got somebody... Bye, darling. Bye, darling. I think I've got somebody else here that's calling through. Jean, good evening to you, my darling. How are you?
I'm fine. How about you?
I'm good, honey. Whereabouts are you calling from?
From Louisiana.
Louisiana. Wow, lovely, amazing. Well, I'm near London, so we are several thousand miles apart. Isn't the internet an amazing thing? How can I help you, my lovely lady?
I wanted to know what is coming through for me.
Okay, do you know what? Immediately when you came in, I got the shivers coming down on my left-hand side of my body, which to me is a feminine energy, a very feminine energy coming in for you. But I'm not getting anybody from spirit, so this is very interesting. Let me continue, my darling. Right. Can you understand that life's been tough, hard for you? It's been a struggle. It's been a fight, especially in the last 6 months. I'm feeling a bit like giving up. I'm feeling like you've had to be strong. You've had to be in this masculine energy. Can you understand this?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just feeling, keep going. It will be okay. I feel lost as well with you as well, darling. I'm definitely feeling there's been some grief and grieving that's been around you as well, honey. I'm aware of a male figure that's starting to step forward ever so slowly now. Have we got someone younger in the world of spirit, please, my love?
Excuse me, that passed on, is that what you mean?
Yeah, sorry, that's crossed over. That's in the world, that's died. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm feeling this connection is feeling like a child in spirit. Can you understand that, my love?
Yes.
Yeah. And it's a very strong connection. It's giving me shivers down my side and just absolutely unbelievable love coming in for you. Can you understand that it's you need to let go? You need to be kind to yourself. Can you understand you've been feeling guilty about this or blaming yourself or putting this on yourself? Does this make sense to you, my love?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. And it's just a question that you, this lovely, lovely child energy I've got here. Can you understand? I feel like it's a boy, but that's a very, very gentle feminine energy as well. Can you understand this, please?
Is it a female or a male?
It's a female. It feels in between. It's a very interesting child. I see a boy, but it's the energy of a girl. And this is very unusual for me. It's a very gentle, soft, beautiful, angelic energy that's coming to you to give you a huge amount of love. And I need to say to you, for you to forgive yourself. I don't know why I need to say that, but just for you to let it go. Can you understand, my love?
Yes, and I have both. I have a female and a male that's passed on, that's
there
younger.
We go. That's what I'm getting. That makes sense to me now. That's good. Honestly, my darling, there is so much love coming here from these two, combining together, stepping forward towards you. I have to say that they watch over you. You're really quite a funny woman. You're quite unusual, is what I'm being told, and you're quite. Can you understand? A bit fairy-like, a bit forgetful. Your head's in the clouds a lot.
Sure.
Yeah. Can you understand what I'm saying to you? I just need confirmation. I just feel with you that you have a huge heart. You're very giving. You're very, very loving, and that you've been through a really hard, rocky journey. Not just with what we're talking about with the children, because I feel that's going back a bit. But it just seems to not get going. You can't seem to get going. You can't seem to feel. Your soul is feeling happy. Your soul is feeling complete. But one thing I need to say to you is forgiveness. I really need you to forgive you and love you and let go, and for you to move forward with your life, and also for you to stop processing the same things I feel you go over and you go over and you go over. And I'm being told to say to you to step forward and to move forward with your life. I feel with you, Mum's still here on the earth plane, my darling.
Yeah.
I feel with you, it's you just need more of a connection. I feel with you that you need to spread your wings open and just get out. I feel you've got a lot of love to give, a lot of caring to give, and a lot of nurturing to give. But I feel the last few months it's been placed in the wrong place. And we need you to move on and find it somewhere else. Find more happiness, a deeper understanding, a deeper connection, and a deeper love for you, my darling. Can you understand?
That is so true, yes.
Okay, but it is coming. I've just been told these two lovely children are pushing you forward. They're almost opening the door, putting your coat on and your shoes on for you and pushing you forward. Can you understand that you've been looking around where you live recently and going, I really want to decorate, I really want to paint, I'm really, it's just because you're sick of being in the same four walls. I want you outside, socializing, meeting people, feeling more upbeat as well. Can you also understand that there's been lies and deceit around you going back a couple of months, please, my love, that really, really hurt you and rocked your world? And I'll continue, it's fine. I just feel that this has really rocked you, really took the wind out of your sails, my love. But everything is going to come full circle. You're very spiritual, you're very open, you're very good with speaking and talking with your throat chakra and communicating with people. And I just really want you to go out and just spread what you have, spread your love and spread your honesty as well. And just know that these beautiful children really are there by your side. They really do stick by you. They're showing me you going around in your kitchen. There's something about a knife, whether you've dropped or slipped or cut yourself recently, but there's something here where you weren't concentrating or you couldn't find it. And they're just telling me they were around you, they were there with you. You can take your mind or your memory back to a time relating to a knife, which is very strange. But I have to give you that. I also want to give you they're saying to me for you to eat, I'm getting apples, green apples, green apples. And for you to enhance your diet and just make yourself feel better about you and your vibrations as well, please. I also have to come to your stomach, my love. I'm coming into your stomach area where I'm feeling that there has been some pain or some bloating or foods that aren't agreeing with you, sweetheart, whether it's a little bit of IBS, or a little bit of inflammation within the stomach area. But this is also to do with your emotions and letting go of everything that's happened to you over the last few months. Once that's done and you've addressed it and you're like, okay, that's it, I'm done, I'm moving into a brand new energy, time for me to move on, I'm worth more, I want more, and that's when things will start changing for you as well, my love, all right? I feel you've got some good friends around you as well, and you do like a good laugh, so it's time to pick up that phone and go out with your friends and just start embracing a bit and absolutely knowing that your lovely children are very much around you. I picked a card for you, so I'm going to read it. And this is the Dragon card, which is a beautiful, powerful card, a lovely energy, as you can see that there. And this is your spiritual dragon. This is one of your, like a guide for you, or the dragon that's coming in for you at the moment, at this time in your life. The spiritual dragon wants you to reach your true potential and to can provide knowledge to those who are worthy of its insight. Some associate the appearance of a spiritual dragon with riches, but in reality, it is more to do with being rich with happiness. How perfect is that for you, my lovely? This is true wealth and is the path that spirit dragons may guide us down. So that really is the message that's coming through for you very loud and clearly, is having these beautiful children here with you, knowing they're by your side, wanting to push you forward, and asking you to forgive yourself, to let go of everything that you keep processing over and over and over in your mind, and to know that changes definitely are coming for you, but they're encouraging you to also make the changes. I do definitely feel within 6 weeks, my sweetheart, that there will definitely be some positive changes coming in there for you, and you will be picking up and you will be feeling a lot better, and a spring in your foot as well will be coming in. You'll be feeling more buoyant and just a lot better. I keep having to go back to a paintbrush. I don't know why. I'm seeing painting, whether this is your home or with you. But I really feel like there's improvements, home improvements, things that you want to be doing that will also be coming in for you as well, please, my darling. So it's really pick yourself up, get going, and know these two lovely children are there by your side as well. I've also got a grandfather that steps in for you as well, my lovely, which comes in on your father's side, sweetheart. And he's a very gentle and kind and caring man. And he is also pushing you forward and pushing you forwards with love for you to keep going and knowing that happiness and true happiness is going to be coming in for you as well. He's very much around you. I don't know whether this gentleman or it's with you, problems with my knee coming down into my leg and into my foot as well, but I have to give that. And I'm just rubbing it. That's what I'm doing right now, is rubbing my knee. So I just want you to take care of you and look after yourself, especially coming into the stomach area, my darling, okay? And I also feel with you, this gentleman I've got coming through, this granddad, is taking me to his lungs as well, feeling like he couldn't breathe. I'm feeling like they were filled up with water and mucus. I'm feeling that this could, feeling a cancerous condition as well with this gentleman. And I just couldn't get to my breath. I was just filling up with water and mucus and water and mucus, and I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't get my breath. I feel that his passing over back to spirit world was very, very peaceful and very welcoming for him, because he's making me feel that he really had just had enough. He'd suffered long enough, but he is absolutely back to full health and very, very happy. For some reason as well, he's bringing through a horse with him as well, whether this is linked to him or a horse that is a totem for you, which is about standing your ground, standing in your strength, being grounded, and using all that wonderful knowledge that you have, my love, because you really, really do. This lovely gentleman sends you an abundance of love. He had a very sweet tooth as well. He's telling me he likes sitting outside. He liked being outside. He absolutely had a sweet tooth, and he keeps showing me apple pie. Maybe that's the apples I was getting earlier. But like apple pie, like a pie. And that he would have enjoyed a pie. He also makes me aware that he was very thirsty, my love, before he went back to the world of spirit. But he comes in with you, to you as well. He takes care of the children also, I need to say. There really is a very happy family around you, spiritually, my darling, that have been holding you up at the moment and giving you the love and support you need. I feel slightly you've had your head in your hands. I feel it despair. And I just feel I've just really had enough. When is all this going to stop? When is real love going to come in? When am I going to feel loved again? When am I going to start feeling all of this? And it will be coming in as soon as you just let go of the past and make that space in your heart and allow yourself to heal a bit more, will be when the new love and new beginnings and everything will be coming in for you. But don't forget, everything is as it's meant to be. We need to go through healing as well, and we need to go through pain and suffering in order to us to heal and move and grow more as well. But definitely good things coming in for you. I feel I want you to get your vibe on. I feel I want you to be upbeat. I feel I want you to kind of shout and dance around a bit. I just want to see you enjoying yourself more and more, and this will just start coming in naturally. So for you, my darling, picking up the phone, calling some old friends, allowing yourself to enjoy and embrace life again, my sweetheart, is going to also be incredibly healing for you. I feel with Mum as well, you've been great with her. It's been tough, it's been difficult. I feel Mum can be perhaps a little bit down, a little bit hard when you've needed her. She hasn't been there exactly as much as you've wanted her to be there, and that's been hard for you as well. So I hope that this has been okay for you, and I hope that you can take the words from Spirit and take the words that have been given to you and just move forward in a really lovely, beautiful, positive way, having faith and knowing that things are going to change and come in for you as well, my darling. And also knowing your children are safe in spirit, keeping an eye over you. It's been lovely. I do love doing these. It's just so much fun. So you can find me, The Modern Day Medium, on my website, themoderndayMedium.com, or Facebook, The Modern Day Medium, my Facebook page. And I'm also on Instagram as well. I do Skype readings, phone readings, Zoom readings, and so you can always book in for a reading with me. It would be an absolute pleasure to do that. And so for Valentine's Day, just enjoy yourself, enjoy your loved ones, and just feel the love, just give love, and whatever you give does come back to you in a positive way. So don't forget that, guys. It's all about what we think, how we feel. Our thoughts are vibration. So nice, happy, positive vibration. Being in a good space really does bring in what it is that we need, and just makes us feel more uplifted and not anything else. So lots and lots of love to everybody. Thank you. Have a great evening, and take care, and I will see you next Tuesday at 10:30, same time.